I'd like to welcome you very warmly. My name is Ayo Mairo Esse, and it's an honor to serve as your host, compare moderator for today's expo. Just before we formally begin, permit me to go through some housekeeping. We've tried as much as possible to ensure that you have a seamless experience with us. At this point, I'd like to emphasize the fact that today is, or the two-day expo is hybrid. So whilst we have our on-site members and participants, we also have over 6,000 participants registered online. And so we're looking forward to a truly impactful and engaging morning. With regards to housekeeping, may I please let you know that we are not planning a fire drill this morning. So if you do hear an alarm, it is the real deal. We ask that you please remain calm and follow instructions from our ushers. They'd be happy and willing to let you know how to navigate to a safe point. Also, I'd like to mention that if you'd like at any point during today's conference to use the convenience, it's out to the door you walked in through to your right, and you'd see the toilet on the sides, on the right-hand side. If at any point in time you need assistance, please do not hesitate, again, to speak to any of our staff members and hostesses who would be more than happy to lead you to the convenience. We want to also assume at this point that you have downloaded our Stanbic IBTC event app. This is where you're able to fully enjoy the two-day expo as the exhibitions are fully virtual. So we ask that you please go onto your telephone app, your Play Store or iPhone and download the Stanbic IBTC event. It's really straightforward and simple to use. You can go onto your download app and type in the search Stanbic IBTC events. It should come up as a prompt. Click on it, download, and please enjoy the very accessible app made available. Again, like I mentioned, we have 14 exhibitors from China and 14 exhibitors from Nigeria who are on that platform. I would love for you to engage with them as a big part of the two-day expo. With regards to our online presence, the world is a global village and social media has made this even more seamless. So we'd ask that you kindly follow us on social media. We are very social. At Stanbic IBTC is the handle. And we have two hashtags for the two-day expo. One is Africa-China Trade Expo. So hashtag Africa-China Trade Expo. And the second is hashtag Go for Growth. And so with all the pictures, information, and exhibitions you see, we ask you to kindly engage with us online by following us and, of course, using the hashtag for the two-day expo. Also, it's important to note that if your preferred language of communication in the next 2 days is Mandarin, we have made adequate provision for you. And so we have Mandarin translators online on our platform so you can engage there, so you're able to fully participate in the conference. In addition to that, we'd like to mention that beyond the two-day conference, another reason why you should download our app is that the exhibitions will be live till the end of this year. So after the expo, you're still able to engage with the exhibitors and take full advantage of what's on offer. On that note, I'd like to say thank you very much once again for coming. We'd like to express our profound gratitude for taking time out. And our assurance to you today is that it'll be time well worth spending. So from start to finish, we have a full program to ensure that we achieve the aims and objectives of the expo. Also, because it is the Africa-China Expo after all, I thought it was important to also warmly greet our Chinese contingents from around the world. And so Huang Ying, to all our Chinese participants from around the world, welcome and thank you very much for joining us this morning. I thought you'd clap for me if I did well with the Chinese. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had to question my teacher because the look on the face was like, did I pronounce it properly? I want to believe that I did. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to invite to take their seats right in front some of our members this day. Every single person is warmly welcome, and we've ensured that your sitting arrangement is comfortable throughout today's event. However, to take their seats right in front, please help us to honor and welcome very warmly the Chief Executive, Stanbic IBTC Bank, our chief host for today's expo and conference, Mr. Wole Adeniyi. Welcome, sir. Thank you. You have first choice, so pick any that calls out to you, sir. Thank you. Also joining Wole Adeniyi, we have the Executive Director, Business and Commercial Clients, Stanbic IBTC Bank, Remy Oswagu. Welcome, Remy. Joining them, we'd like to invite, and we are really honored to have him join us today, as the conversations we will be having is pertinent to the agency that he oversees. The Deputy Director and Regional Coordinator, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mr. Samuel Oyeyipo. Round of applause, please. Thank you, sir, for coming. Also critical to today's conversations, we are delighted and honored to have with us in the room members from the Chinese Consulate here in Lagos, Nigeria. First, we have Mr. Liker. A round of applause, please, as he comes to take his seat. And then we also have Mr. Guo Pongwen. A round of applause, please, as he comes to take his seat as well. And then we have the Executive Head, Trade and Africa-China Business and Commercial Clients, Standard Bank Group, Philip Myberg. Can we please give a round of applause as he comes forward? Thank you, Philip. And finally, to take his seat from the Lekki Free Trade Zone, we have Abbott Zhong. A round of applause, please, for Abbott Zhong. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier on, just to break down a snapshot of what the next 2 days will comprise. We've had over 6,000 registrants, and so indicates just how important and pertinent this conversation is at this time. We have 13 speakers today. We have exhibitors, in equal measure, 14 from China and 14 Nigerian. We have 11 sessions in the next 2 days and one event app. Just in case you didn't hear me in the last few minutes, would like to please ask that you kindly download our Stanbic IBTC event app, because we do want you to participate and enjoy fully the Africa-China Expo by Stanbic IBTC. Stanbic IBTC, which is a member of the Standard Bank Group, has put together this 2-day expo as part of its efforts in promoting transgenerational trade and development, particularly between Nigeria and China. And in order to do this and drive this conversation, today's conference, which is the opening day of the expo, will feature a panel conversation, which is, I'm definitely looking forward to that conversation. The theme for the panel is promoting export activities through synergy, which drives the theme for this year's expo, which is synergy for growth. Looking forward to seeing how we can further strengthen trade relations between Africa and China. As we were in the preparation stages for this expo, it was wonderful to speak to a few people and help them understand, or to see how well people knew that Nigeria and Africa export to China, and it's quite significant. And to see how we can leverage the opportunities that we have today to strengthen such relations. In order to further that, Stanbic IBTC today will be presenting its Africa-China Trade Solutions as part of facilitating this trade relations. Beyond this, we'll also be having a masterclass on trade. This is definitely something you'd like to be a part of, and a fully virtual exhibition, as we've mentioned earlier on. I won't do the talking because I know that in the welcome speech, the Chief Executive Stanbic IBTC Bank will give a clearer picture of what we are to look forward to in the next 2 days. However, my job is to ensure that you have a smooth and seamless time with us, not just today, for the next 2 days. And isn't it just ironic that, as I mentioned, seamless and absolutely straightforward, this happens? But welcome to Nigeria, welcome to Africa. Despite the things that we see, we're able to triumph and come out very successful and maintain trade relations with China and the rest of the world. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all our online members to get comfortable online whilst we get the audio back, so that when Wale comes here to the podium, you're able to hear him clearly. I'm the MC. I've been taught and trained to project my voice, so I wouldn't put anyone else through that. So let's wait till the audio comes back, and then we will continue in full. Again, it's a good time, if you haven't done it yet, to please go onto our social media platform at Stanbic IBTC. Don't forget to use the hashtag because we'd like to engage with you further. We're also hoping to provide a marketplace platform for exporters and importers. And so this is an opportunity to perhaps form relations with others who have maybe gone ahead of you or are working in the same space that you are, to see how you can further strengthen relationships. In the course of today, we're going to be having 2 breaks. We'll have the tea break for those who rushed out to be here early, as there are a number of road works. And so in order to be punctual, we've had to leave quite early. I believe we're back on very shortly. We have a tea break very shortly, and then we have a lunch break later on just before the masterclass. However, I do encourage you to participate in the panel conversation. We'll have an opportunity to take your questions and respond. We have put together a lineup of thought leaders and experts in these areas. And so we enjoin you to please stay back, relax, enjoy 2 days put together by Stanbic IBTC Bank for your absolute pleasure and information. On that note, I think it's safe to say it's time to bring on Wale Adeniyi to give us the welcome address. A round of applause, please. Chief Executive, Stanbic IBTC Bank.
Present is Mr. Chen Debao, the Executive Chairman and Entrepreneurs Association in Nigeria. You're welcome. We also have with us here the Commercial Controller, Lekki Free Trade Zone Company, in the person of Mr. Abok Chen Xiampeng. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, sir, for your presence. Also, it's an honor to have with us. The first time I met him in China. Although he's in Nigeria and he was holding Nigerian flag very proudly. He has an exhibition built. Mr. Ayemere Victor, as one of our panelists for the panel discussion session. Mr. Ayemere is the Chief Executive Officer at Zena Foods Limited, operator of the Nigeria Export Trade House, China and Far East region. Special thanks to you, sir, for honoring this invitation. I must also acknowledge one of our numerous African-China Trade Solution Partner organization, Guamao, who brought into this idea and supported the vision with 13 Chinese exhibitors. So the exhibitions we are going to see today, Guamao, thank you for bringing these exhibitors in. To all our speakers, special guests, panelists, gentlemen of the press, and our distinguished participants who have joined us from all over the world, we welcome you all. Please, let's put our hands together for all of them. As I'm told, we have over 6,000 people. I joined the app myself live, and I can see thousands of people already logged on. Speaking of trade, we all agree that trade is, albeit not often acknowledged, the driver of international economic stability. Nigeria has been in the exportation business for a long time, but the focus has been largely on exploitation of its high-value petroleum and its byproduct, which account for 99.25% of Nigerian GDP, contributing 85% of export earnings according to International Trade Administration. We are gathered here this morning to discuss the opportunities that are in trade business and the progress that trade can bring that will be beneficial to us all and the Nigerian economy. A booming international trade has the potential to boost the economy, and Stanbic IBTC readiness to play its role to make it happen is one of the reasons for this gathering. Today, we will discuss on trade policies, export and import strategies, international, interregional exhibitors from the Nigerian and the Chinese markets. We will also showcase through our African-China trade solution how we are able to provide access to over 16,000 Chinese suppliers. And this is our partnership with Guamao. Over 16,000 Chinese, more flexible payment plans for products of imports, seamless logistics solutions for importers and exporters, and bridging of the language gap between the Nigerian exporters and the Chinese importers. These conversations are geared towards promoting valuable trade relationship between these economics. We always say this, that through our connection, Nigeria, South Africa, ICBC, Guamao. Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa. China is the second biggest economy in the world. And Stanbic IBTC, we are providing that connection between the largest economy in Africa and the second biggest economy in the world, routing everything through the second biggest economy also in Africa, which is South Africa. In the course of this event, we not only explore the opportunity in generating foreign exchange for the country, which is now the biggest topic in Nigeria, but we also share mutually beneficial ideas on reducing the trade deficit that currently exists, as well as highlight export activities that can boost trade opportunities. Africa-China Expo event is also aimed at exposing exporters to information on how the CBN RT200 policy impact exporters, especially to China, being a major trade partner with Nigeria. We recognize the export activities between Nigeria and China, and this event is set to support the CBN program in promoting export activities and driving the increase of the FS proceeds for the country. I can say that at the end of this 2-day session, all your FS worries will disappear, because you will see that what we need to do to generate more export proceeds, then you can finance our trade transactions. Also in line with our key purpose of driving Africa growth, and we shall continue to utilize our links with ICBC to strengthen our commercial partnership with China so our clients can have a competitive edge over other players in their chosen business areas and grow their business volumes. Ladies and gentlemen, so I enjoin you to get ready for a very enlightening session and to encourage your participation in the panel and breakout session during the course of this event. Thank you again for your participation. Your presence is deeply appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wale Adeniyi, Chief Executive, Stanbic IBTC Bank. In his closing remarks or statement, he had said that it was important for you to enjoy a truly enlightening 2 days, especially today's conference, which promises conversations on trade policies and driving and strengthening that relation across Africa and China. At this point, I'd like to invite as well for a speech from the Chinese Consulate General of Lagos in Nigeria. I'd like to invite Mr. Guo Pongwen for his speech. Mr. Pongwen, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Guo Pengwen from the Commercial Office of the Chinese Consulate General in Lagos. Great connections between traders in China and Africa. As a Chinese proverb reads, the going may be tough when one walks alone, but it gets easier when people walk and jointly create a better and solid business environment between China and Nigeria. And finally, I wish a successful 2022 Stanbic IBTC Africa-China Expo. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very much. Share, Mr. Pongwen. A round of applause again. Representing the Chinese Consulate General here in Lagos, Nigeria. I think amidst the things that he'd mentioned, one thing, of course, stands out to me with regards to his speech, and that is the Chinese proverb, which is apt for what we're doing today and tomorrow. The going may be tough when you work alone, but is made easier when you work together. Trade may be tough when you work alone, but is made easier when we work together. And that is what Stanbic IBTC is positioning and facilitating in the next 2 days. And so I want to say a big thank you to Stanbic IBTC and, of course, the team who worked tirelessly to ensure that today's Africa Trade Expo is a reality. With Stanbic IBTC, it can be. Okay, so we're going to go now to the next item on the agenda. Very quickly, we're moving, and after which we'll have a quick tea break. To give us a presentation on Stanbic IBTC's Africa-China Trade Solution, I'd like to invite to the podium Philip Myberg. We introduced him earlier on. He's the Executive Head, Trade and Africa-China Business and Commercial Clients Standard Bank Group. And also joining him would be the Head, Africa-China Banking Stanbic IBTC Bank. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, and I know it's good afternoon for some of the colleagues and friends online dialing in for us. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's great to be back in Lagos. The energy, the attractiveness, you can't keep away from Lagos. COVID has meant that we weren't able to visit for quite some time after having gotten into a rhythm of coming to Lagos and Nigeria for 3-4 times a year over the last 10 years. I've missed my friends and colleagues greatly, and it's great to see them again. And it's great to use this opportunity to also meet with new friends, new colleagues, and new partners on this trip. So thank you very much to Team Nigeria for the hospitality and everyone that's made us feel so welcome during this week so far. COVID has had a very negative impact on us all. It is something we should not perhaps spend too much time on, as we all have our personal experiences with it. But COVID has also had a positive impact on the way we think about our business, on the way we think about trade, on the way we think about partnerships. And some of what we're talking about today is a culmination of some of these things that we've been working on and that has been activated in a positive way from COVID. We've really rethought about how we help our clients and how we help our businesses trade with China in a remote way. We all know that trade was so heavily dependent on physical travel to China. And what you'll hear today is how we've thought about making that easier for businesses in Africa and China to trade. And secondly, we've gotten a lot better at hosting these types of hybrid events, which allows so much more inclusivity in terms of thinking about the problems, thinking about the challenges, and solving them as a collective, which so many of the previous speakers have already spoken about. It is a privilege for me to represent the Standard Bank Group here today. We have strong family ties with Stanbic IBTC. We work together on a daily basis in trying to solve for the challenges of Nigerian businesses. My colleague Wally alluded to it. but we take our purpose on this continent very seriously. Internally, on a day-to-day basis, we remind ourselves that we are here because Africa is our home and we drive her growth. We've been here for 159 years and we've got no intent on leaving. We're very much an African organization here to serve African businesses. And the relationship with China and the trade opportunities that brings us allows us to expand on that purpose. It brings me to our relationship with ICBC, which is an important one for the Standard Bank Group. ICBC is a 20% shareholder in the Standard Bank Group, and we often talk about that piece as a market, as a headline, or as something that you read about in the business news. But I can assure you that it's more than just business news. It's something that we work on a daily basis. We work in Beijing. My office in Beijing is across the road from ICBC head office. We work day to day across the road. The ICBC office in Johannesburg, we work daily together to think about how we leverage this network and this power of our relationship to the benefits of our clients. So hopefully today you'll see a bit of that, the culmination of the power of the Standard Bank network, the power of the Stanbic IBTC network. That's our differentiator in the market. We believe there's no other bank that has the network that we have on the continent as the biggest bank in Africa, as a strong partnership with ICBC, the biggest bank in China and the biggest bank in the world. And we urge you as our partners and our clients to make use of that network. We want to share that power of our network with you to your benefit, and we want to partner you for growth in that context. It allows us to connect you with public and private entities, both in China as well as in Nigeria and the rest of Africa, to really accelerate some of the policies and some of the products that we have to put in place to grow trade in this important corridor. So without further ado, perhaps to hand over to Adi, my colleague who heads up our Africa-China business in Nigeria, who will talk more practically around what this means and how we aim to support Nigerian businesses in this very important trade corridor. Adi, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our numerous customers and prospective customers online. At Africa-China Banking today, we intend to open the opportunities for our numerous customers and intending customers on how we support your business, on how we grow the continent of Africa, and how we support the aspiration of individuals that like to achieve. At Africa-China Expo Solution, we position ourselves in a manner that we're able to bring the richness of China to meet the abundance of Nigeria. We do this by being in the center of the activities, and so many programs that we involve and invest in is to create the enablement for numerous intending customers from Nigeria. As we have heard from the CE today, trade is very key to economic development. And as we know already, more than a quarter of imports that we enjoy in Nigeria comes from China. So as a bank that sits at the center of activities across our continent, operating in 20 countries in Africa, we believe that there's no better person, there's no better institution, there's no better financial institution that can bridge the gap that we see. We see the gaps around technology. We see the gaps around language. We see these barriers limiting the efficiency and the effectiveness of trade between the two countries. So as an institution, in driving import for Nigerians, we go along the way to engage in a lot of partnerships. It is not only Gomao. We have PIL. We have so many other partners that we work with from China to enable you and to also make it seamless for you to trade along the corridor. We give you access to 16,000 Chinese suppliers. We want to bridge the language barriers We want to create initiatives that support your growth through financial solutioning. And we believe that through Trade Club, which gives you access to over 200,000 pages covering 190 countries across the world. You are an intending exporter, you are an intending importer from Nigeria. You join this club, which is brought to you through the instrumentalities of Standard Bank. Once you join the group, you're able to propagate your trade seamlessly. It's like welcoming you to the world. And this is one of the opportunities that we bring from Africa-China Trade Solution. And when we're talking about exports, we pride ourselves as one of the banks in Africa continent today that is able to give you the best opportunities around business matchmaking. There are two very important events that happen between China and Africa and other countries across the world. One of them is what we call the CAET, which happens twice, biannually, where so far we've been able to take over 20 Nigerian intending importers and exporters to attend this event, which expose you to the numerous Chinese opportunities. And the last event recorded over $20.9 billion deals that were signed. Nigerians, Africans, this is a platform for you to take advantage of. And we at Standard Bank and Stanbic IBTC, we continue to welcome as many of you who is ready, prepared to export to China to be part of these deals that happen every 2 years. The other one is China International Import Expo. This expo happens every year. Almost every year we take Nigerians. But as Philip mentioned, the COVID was a problem at first. But trust me, it's become an opportunity for us. That is why we're sitting here today, just about 100 of us. And we have more than 6,000 people across the world. In the same manner, in the last 2 years, the CIIE happened virtually. And we are proud to say that we took more than 80 Nigerian importers to join this. And this exposed you to limitless opportunities when it comes to how you want to export and how you want to import. As part of our responsibilities in Stanbic IBTC and a good player in the market in Nigeria, we intend to continue to support the increase in terms of exports in order to create additional export proceeds that helps to close the balance of trade that currently exists between Nigeria and China. And I'd like to state to you that there are so many natural products in Nigeria today. You are very proficient as a farmer. You have these products. Access to market is your problem. Come to Africa-China Trade Solution Desk. We're able to connect you adequately. And we're able to advise you the kind of products that are available for you to take to China. The likes that we have today, more than about 23 protocols have been approved. And we have this list. I will not want to take so much of your time listing the names, but I want to enjoin you to call on us, to check on any of our branches across the country, call on Africa-China Banking Trade Expo. Download, connect with us. We are ready and willing and almost at your beck and call to make this happen to you. I would like to speak, how do we operate? What matters to our clients? We're not just going to pride ourselves as an institution that know it all. We like to see what matters to our clients. Our clients want to be able to have a pre-shipment arrangement that is well and smooth. How do you solve for your shipment problems? How do you solution for it? And on the other hand, as a bank, we also say, what are the differentiating factors? What are the capabilities that we have as a bank? When we put these two together, we come out with an offering that meets the need of the general public in Nigeria. As one of our partners that has been mentioned, which I don't want to belabor because we're still building more partners, it's not a monopoly. We want to say that as we create more partners, we'll be able to help you validate the sourcing of your product from China. We're able to bring for you a guaranteed trade arrangement. And I want to go a bit practical to let you know that some time ago, there was a Nigerian who wanted to import. After importing, the good did not meet the expectation of the client. I can tell you with the kind of arrangement we have, the customer is happy today because we're able to come in with the help of the agreement that have been signed, and this customer is happy for it. Were you not to have joined through Stanbic IBTC, you probably will not be able to recover on that. This is part of the value that we bring to the table. I want to welcome you today. For those of you online, go into the booths, check for the kind of equipment you want to bring to Nigeria, from farming to manufacturing to packaging. Connect with them live, through video, make contact, declare your intent, and take it from there. For your information, this app is also live till the end of the year, and it's our intention that even beyond the year, it's going to be a permanent app. Welcome to Africa-China Banking Expo 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that deserves another round of applause. Thank you, Ade Otukomaya, Head Africa-China Banking, Stanbic IBTC Bank, and of course, big thanks to you too, Philip Myberg, Executive Head, Trade and Africa-China Business and Commercial Clients, Standard Bank Group. Philip and Ade have illustrated the immense value of partnering with Stanbic IBTC in bridging the trade gaps between Africa and China, especially as an exporter to China. I think it would be only wise to take full advantage of the presentations of the Africa-China trade solutions provided by Stanbic IBTC. And I'm happy to say that we're on hand to take your questions, and perhaps if you need further information, we'd be more than happy to provide. In all, we cannot wait to welcome you so that we can partner together to strengthen trade relations between Africa and China. Now, Ade, when he was speaking, talked about the virtual exhibition. I have outlined that earlier on as well, that it's on, it's live. We have our virtual participants, and it's so good to have you join us virtually. Thank you very much. The exhibition is live, and to officially declare the exhibition open and to give us a video display of exhibitors, I'm honored to invite to the podium Executive Director, Business and Commercial Clients, Stanbic IBTC Bank, Remy Osuagu. A round of applause, please, as Remy comes to the podium.
Good day, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on all subsisting protocols. It is with great pleasure that we invite you to the much anticipated 2022 Stanbic IBTC Africa-China Expo. This event is a result of carefully considered effort to facilitate growth for Nigerian and Chinese businesses by connecting them to opportunities. In keeping with the rapidly changing climate, we launched today a time and distance agnostic platform that creates a marketplace experience for Nigerian and Chinese businesses. I would like to encourage you now to visit the Google Play Store or the iOS Apple Store to download the Stanbic IBTC Events app. The Stanbic IBTC Events app is a state-of-the-art mobile application that allows us to host a fully virtual exhibition. This virtual exhibition will showcase Nigerian businesses with the capacity to export commodities to China and Chinese businesses with the capacity to manufacture and export to Nigeria. This fully virtual exhibition creates an opportunity for traders to connect and network with other exhibitors and participants. Each exhibition booth has several call to action buttons for individual preferences. Participants can engage directly with the exhibitors, send a direct message, or schedule a meeting with the exhibitors. There is also a wide range of resources, including exhibitors' product videos and downloadable brochures. Our exhibitors include our partners, Zinap Foods, operators of the Nigerian Export Trade House China/Far East region, the Zhenjiang International Trading Supply Chain Company Limited, also known as Guamao. I am delighted to officially declare the virtual exhibition open. We are confident that this will help scale your businesses and improve your experience within the trade communities going into the future. It is our hope that you find this enlightening and value-adding. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much, Remy Oswagu, Executive Director, Business and Commercial Clients, Stanbic IBTC Bank. And on that note, the virtual exhibition is officially open. Already, yes, please, you can give a round of applause. Thank you. We have had a full morning thus far, and we want to present an opportunity for you to perhaps take a few seconds or minutes to familiarize yourself with our app, with the Stanbic IBTC event app, and also perhaps visit a few of the exhibitors and begin engaging with them. And so for the next 15 minutes, we'd like to take a quick tea break. Please stretch your legs, get ready for the next session, which is a panel conversation. We have experts and thought leaders who are going to be speaking to us on the topic and synergy for growth. In just out the door to my right hand side, right in front there, the tea section is set and ready to go. We have some light bites as well for you. For our online participants, as wonderful as being online is, you might not have the opportunity to have what we're eating. However, you can please change your tea, coffee, you can pick your choice, have a glass of water, or perhaps just take a quick comfort break and be back at on your system, device to continue with us as we come back in 15 minutes. Again, for our on-site participants, we encourage you to download the app and begin to visit the exhibitors and engage with us online on our app, Stanbic IBTC Events. We are at Stanbic IBTC on social media. Please engage with us. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 11:05 to continue today's conference. Thank you very much.
Viewers, my name is Ivan Emmanuel Leji. I'm a representative of Zina Group Limited. If you are, my name is Uzoma Emmanuel Kelechi. I'm a representative of Zina Group Limited.
My name is Mohamed, and I'm a representative of Wales Industries Limited.
Good day, viewers. My name is Nora Kogi. I'm a representative of the African Integrated Industry.
Oh, hi. My name is Patrick Fortier, the representative of Polygon Investment and Government.
Yeah, everyone. I am Sia Alki, representative of Davos and Iran Limited.
But Ms. Arma will that people Limited. Good evening, dear. Welcome. Go up industry today. Okay, okay, about it.
This is our A-type battery KG frame leg. This is made of positive galvanized material.
Everyone, my name is Uzoma Iman of Kelechi. I'm a representative of Zina Group Limited.
My name is Mohammed, and I'm a representative of Wales Industries Limited.
Good day, viewers. My name is Nora Kogi. I'm a representative of the unedited dignitaries.
Oh, hi. My name is Patrick Rodriguez, the representative of Polygon Investment and Permanent.
Dear everyone, I am Syed Hamdi, a representative of Davas and Iran Limited.
But my name is Arma Oboda, and I'm a representative of Food Industry Limited. Look at here. Where?
This is our A-type battery kg frame leg. This is made of positive galvanized material.
Good everyone. My name is Uzoma Emmanuel Kelechi. I'm a representative of Zina Group Limited.
My name is Mohamed, and I'm a representative of Wales Industries Limited.
Good day, viewers. My name is Laura Kogi. I'm a representative of the Integrated Industry.
Oh, hi. My name is Patrick Fortier, the representative of Political Investment and Government.
Good day, everyone. I am still Hamdi, a representative of Java and Iran Limited.
But my name is Arma Oboda, and I'm a representative of Evans Group Industry Limited.
Good evening, viewer. Welcome to our industry today. Okay, Consulate.
This is our A-type battery KG frame relay. This is made of positive galvanized material.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. online participants. We're going to the next part of today's conference. So I'd like to ask our on-site delegates to kindly take their seats as we go into the panel session for today. Thank you very much. May I please ask the ushers to kindly help bring in our participants from the breakfast lounge. Thank you very much. Could you kindly take your seats so that we can proceed? Thank you. Okay, so we'll be starting off very shortly. May I please ask all our participants who are outside to kindly make their way in so that we can proceed and start the panel session. For our online participants, we encourage you to please engage in the comments. You can share with us your name and if you're comfortable where you are joining us from, what industry or marketplace you play in, and find a way to connect with someone who is perhaps in complementary business venture. Please, in the comments for our online participants, you can just share with us your name, where you are connecting or joining us from, and where you represent, which organization you represent. Thank you very much. We'll be checking to see who's online and we'll be going straight in now. Thank you. Again, for those who are just joining us, you can download the Stanbic IBTC event app where the virtual exhibition is taking place. So please kindly download the Stanbic IBTC events app. You can slide, literally find out who's online with you. And if you want to network, it's a great platform to network. It's asked to slide to contact or speak to someone or perhaps take conversations further. Again, we have over 6,000 people registered, and so you have access to that number of people to take conversations further and network. It's a wonderful networking platform. Okay. All right. Do we have a good number? Yes. Do we have our panelists in the room? Thank you very much. We're going to be moving on very shortly. Can I just give about 30 seconds to those who are just grabbing the final cup of tea or coffee to kindly come in so we can have our panel conversation? Thank you all very much. It's a good time to just remind you that you can you can follow us on social media at Stanbic IBTC. That's our handle. The hashtag for today's conference is hashtag Africa-China Trade Expo and hashtag Go for Growth. If you're online, you want to ask a question, we'll have an opportunity to take questions during the session after the panel session. So please, for your questions, you can use the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen, and one of our team members will be online watching out for your question. Okay, I think we have a good room and we can start. Thank you very much again for joining us for the first day of the 2022 Stanbic IBTC Africa-China Expo. In the next few minutes, 1 hour to be precise, we'll be speaking on promoting export activities through synergy. Now, to join me for this conversation, we have carefully selected our panelists ranging from the public sector, private sector, exporters who can give an overview, members of Stanbic IBTC Bank, Standard Bank, and they'd be speaking to us this afternoon on the topic, promoting export activities through synergy. In no particular order, I'd like to invite them to take the stage as we have the conversation. First is a financial services professional who heads up Africa-China trade in business and commercial clients for the Standard Bank Group. After spending several years in the transport sector, he joined the group as the head of private banking Pretoria in the Standard Bank South Africa business. Please let's make welcome the Africa-China trade, business and commercial clients, Stanbic Bank Group representative, Lutando Vuba. Round of applause, please, for Lutando. Yes, please. Take your seat. Yeah. Thank you. Good to have you in Lagos, Lutando. All right, the next person I'll be inviting to take the stage and join the panel is Analyst Senior Frontier Africa Equity Research. He's a Senior Frontier Analyst with Stanbic IBTC. He joined the company in 2020, prior to which he worked with FBN Quest Merchant Bank. He started his career with Anchor Capital in 2009 as an investment analyst and has over 13 years experience as a financial services professional. Please let's make welcome to join the panel, Fola Abimbola. A round of applause, please, for Fola Abimbola. Also joining the panel, we have the Deputy Director and Regional Coordinator of Nigerian Export Promotion Council. We introduced him earlier on. He holds a BSc degree in Business Administration, University of Benin, Benin City, and diploma in agribusiness at the Galilee International Management Institute in Israel. He started his career employment with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council in February 1991 and had since served in various operational departments in the organization. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management. Again, please let's make welcome to join the panel, Mr. Samuel Oyeyipo. Our next panelist is an experienced business executive with proven track record of success and has been consistently recognized as an outstanding performer throughout his career. As Managing Director of Zinab Foods Limited, operators of the Nigerian Export Trade House, China, Far East region, he has led the company to embark on several business development concepts, which has seen the company grow in leaps and bounds and recorded milestones in food processing and agricultural commodity trading for both local and international customers. Let's make very welcome to join the panel, Mr. Victor Ayemere. Mr. Victor is MD CEO Zinab Foods Limited. And finally, joining us virtually in a hybrid or at a hybrid conference. What's a hybrid conference without having a speaker join us virtually? She is the business manager, Pan-African China Banking, Business and Commercial Clients, Standard Advisory China. She's a member of Standard Bank Group subsidiary in China, where she manages relationship with Chinese stakeholders, especially those influential and relevant to Africa-China trade, and provides first-hand China market insights and regulatory dynamics to co-workers and clients in Africa for identifying Africa-China business opportunities and financial solutioning to serve needs of both commercial and personal clients' investment and trade business operations in the Africa-China corridor. An honor to make very welcome Jane Hugh, Business Manager, Pan-Africa China Banking, Business and Commercial Clients, Standard Advisory, China. And I will take my seat as moderator for this panel. We'll also, just to mention again, that for our online participants, we're monitoring comments in the Q&A box. And at the end of the panel, we will be taking questions from you. So please, if you have any question during the conversation at any point, please post there and we will take. And for those who are on site, we will also be taking questions. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to go straight to the conversation. And as I've mentioned, we have a variety of backgrounds on stage. We have from the public sector, so representing the government's position, speaking to the Africa-China trade, especially in Nigeria, and of course, exports and government policy. We have someone who is in the business of exporting and has done it for a number of years. So we'll be sharing from that experience. And of course, our representatives from Stanbic IBTC and Standard Bank. I'll start with Fola. Fola is analyst, Frontier Africa Equity Research at Stanbic IBTC. And just to sort of give us a picture, Fola, I'd like you to think, when you look at the countries in question. You have China, which is an integral part of the global supply chain with its economy having grown to become the second largest in the world. We heard that earlier on. And you look at Nigeria in Africa, which is the largest economy in Africa. When you take a glance at the other side, you see that in under a decade, we've grown, we've had economic growth potentials. What would you say have been the key drivers of both the Nigerian and Chinese economies, and what are their potential growth drivers over the medium to long term?
Thanks, Ayo. I would just say this is an interesting question because for China, what is driving their economy, or what drove their economy to put them on the growth path that they are on, is what is currently driving Nigeria's economy. So we have things like agriculture, manufacturing, and technology and services driving Chinese economy. And one has to credit the government as well for all the measures and deliberate reforms that actually put China on that track. And then, one also has to be, also has to remember the fact that the benefits from these sectors have actually translated into strong export growth. For Nigeria, as well as other African countries, the driver as well, you see agriculture, you see ICT, and manufacturing. But the challenge for Nigeria is that we've not been able to utilize the people potential to kind of translate into strong exports the way China has done. And, one of the things that keeps coming up over and over again is that reforms. So we need those kind of reforms to drive export growth, because when you compare non-oil exports to total exports, it's just under 20% or around 20%. In terms of, the future, so for Nigeria, one has to continue to have the conversation of how to reduce that imbalance between China and Nigeria, because what's happening right now. Okay, so because what's happening right now is we have a situation where our imports are
I believe.
So our imports are three
Just 1
times
second.
our imports from China are 3 times what we export to China, and a lot of the things we export to China is still oil and gas. So we still need that deliberate government reforms to drive exports, which would be good for ultimately good for disposable incomes.
Thank you very much, Fola. Fantastic. Now, talking about government reforms, I'm glad to have Mr. Samuel Oyeyipo with us in the rooms to support export activities from Nigeria to the rest of the world. What is the government's position on this?
One, two.
Thank you very much. The domestic export warehouse concept called DEW is NEPC's response to the logistics and supply chain management problems to ensure that our exporters that have a time schedule to meet when you have a contract to service do not fail in their business. And the essence of this is to increase their capacity to export by encouraging best practices in packaging and fumigation, in pre-shipment inspection by various agencies at one particular point, a one-stop shop, whereby the goods can be checked, certified, and then the container can be labeled and taken to the export terminal so as to meet up with time schedule of their export. We are witnessing a lot of traffic of goods along the road these days, especially in Lagos here. Some spends maybe a week on the road before they could access the port. So the NEPC looks at the problem and say, okay, what we can do is to have a sort of warehouse where by all the goods, all the agencies that are concerned with the necessary certification are brought together to inspect these goods and issue necessary certificates so that once that is done, the container can be taken straight to the export terminal and from there loaded into the ships. So this will reduce the time lag so that the contract does not fail. That is one of the ways by which we want to see that some of our goods, especially perishable ones, let me give an example. Cocoa butter has a time lag. It cannot stay too long on the queue or in the sun. In some cases, we have had a problem whereby some of the exporters taking cocoa butter to the port had it melted on the road before it could access the port. And that's a big loss to the company. So this concept is meant to take care of that. And it's not only Nigerian Export Professional Council that is involved. The Nigerian Ports Authority, the Nigerian Customs Service, Nigerian Shippers Council, the Nigerian Cultural Quarantine Service, and other agencies that are related to pre-shipment inspection. So this, we believe, will shorten the time by which an exporter have to take his or her goods into the port. And this will help minimize losses and rejection of our goods at the international market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So DUE is one of the initiatives by the NEPC to helping exporters from Nigeria to other countries have their goods in good condition for export.
Exactly.
Just to mention, sir, are there other initiatives in line with what Fola had talked about with the challenges faced by Nigerian exporters by the government? Are there other things in view or perhaps existing?
Yeah, well, there are so many other programs that the NEPC is currently undertaking. Let me just give one or two. You will notice that most of our exporters or MSMEs in general have very good products that could compete with any other products in the international market. But one of the problems we discover is that most of them do not have the necessary certification that could attest to the quality of those products. So even if you take them to those countries, if they don't have the certification, they are not acceptable. For example, the hazard analysis and critical control points, HACCP, which many of them don't have. And being an MSME is weak in capital, they might not be able to afford the process of this certification. So the Nigerian Export Professional Council has taken up this responsibility in the past 2 years to ensure that we bring these MSMEs together, we build their capacity, we train them, and we undertake the responsibility of bringing an expert that will certify their processes of production and issue that certificate for them. And the last 2 years, I can confidently see that we have done that for about 150 MSMEs, which today have their certificates on HACCP and even FDA, that's Food and Drug Administration certificate to access American market. So this is one of the ways by which we are trying to see that our MSMEs, which are in the large majority in the Nigerian environment, also partake in the export business. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So spoken to warehousing and, of course, certifications, which could prove a barrier to MSMEs who export from Nigeria to the rest of the world. Thank you very much for providing that information, sir. Now I'll come to Mr. Victor Ayemere. We've spoken Fola has spoken, Mr. Oyeyikwa has spoken. It's time to speak to the exporter himself. And I'd like you to please start by, just sharing with us as an experienced exporter and expert within the industry to some synergies within the industry that has supported your growth and success.
All right, thank you very much. When our colleague from the Chinese embassy was speaking, they said, I took it down, said one of the proverbs that the going may be tough when one walks alone. He said, but it's easier when you work together. So synergy, trade, synergy, There is no way you can separate the two. For us at Zinam Foods, everything about us that have made us grow to the point that we are in today, it's all about synergy. When we wanted to go into export, we were lucky to have been, we decided we will look into, we will focus on the Chinese market and other Asian countries. And somehow, the Nigeria government, federal government, through the Ministry of Trade and Investment, they were joining part of, they were part of the organizations that were going to the KITE, China, Africa, the first China, Africa Exports exhibition. And we got there. Talking about synergy, we didn't have to fight for visa. The federal government just did it. In 5 minutes, it was okay. If Zinab wanted to do it, we wouldn't have that power. But federal government, they have that power. That's synergy.
Yeah.
We got to Shangsha. Then in the process, we met with Stanbic IBTC. The MD was there. Our brother here, Wale, was there. And since then, they took the matter up from there. Federal government got us there. Stanbic IBTC took it up, organized B2B. Not really. I won't have much customers to be talking to in China. But with Stanbic IBTC, they conducted a B2B section between the businesses in Nigeria with the businesses in China through their ICBC bank in China. So it created a situation where we have products from Nigeria. The Chinese businesses that need the product from Nigeria, they will bring those ones together, then we are there together. And things has been seamless. We have a situation where every now and then we're having maybe 15 businesses from China, we from Africa or Nigeria in particular, we are having to engage. It brings about trust. It brings, because if Stanbic say, yeah, that's our customer, the Chinese person will not have to think twice. They know that there's a level of integrity. In fact, not a level. There's some reason, you understand what I'm talking about. So it has really helped us. And there's also a saying, one will chase 1,000 and two will chase 10,000. So the business of the synergy that we are talking about, it's not a thing that we can overemphasize. In mathematics, you have 1 + 1 = 2, but synergy doesn't have it that way. It has 1 + 1 equal to 1,000. So now we have Stanbic, we have you, the customer. Then Stanbic has another Stanbic in China, being the ICBC. So as a customer out there, Stanbic has made it so easy, the way they made it easy for me, to be able to relate with those customers that you have out there in China. Again, the federal government has come up to say, we can't do it alone. We need a private partnership. Then they got Zina Foods also and appointed us as the operator of the Nigerian Export Trade House in China. So we have set up the Export Trade House in China. How do we get customers to know we now have an Export Trade House in China? Stanbic again took it up, and it's saying, we can help you let the China people know that there is now an Export Trade House in China. So talking about synergy, it is one of the best ways that we can make this trade and the export business work better. In the area of RT200, we are also paused. Since the federal government have done their part and the Stanbic IBTC has done its part, we have our own part to play to ensure we bring as much NSPs as possible. So if you're out there, you want to know how to get to China and do business with them, we are here.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'd agree with me that he deserves a round of applause. Mr. Ayero Mere has spoken about the benefits of synergizing when it comes to trade, especially transatlantic trade. Very, very important. Thank you. Thank you very much. And he's spoken so well as to the importance of partnering with stakeholders. Thank you for drawing the importance of partnering with not just public sector or public parties, but also the private sector as well. Hence your partnership with Stanbic IBTC, the connection in China with ICBC, and how this has enabled your business to seamlessly trade from Nigeria to China. Fantastic. Now, talking about that, I'll come to you, Lutando. Lutando, I'd like to ask you as an to share with us the competitive advantages Standard Bank, Stanbic IBTC, and ICBC have to offer exporters. So Mr. Victor has shared some of it from his own personal experience, but it would be great for you to build on that and just share with us or expound on that with regards to the advantage.
Thank you, Ayo. So I think I like the format that this has taken because we've sort of given you a practical a play out of what we are talking about, what we are doing as the group, as we're doing in Nigeria, Stanbic IBTC, and our partnership with our parties in China. ICBC is one of the many strategic partnerships that we have that help us enable clients like Zenab Foods and also the Nigeria Export House that's being set up. So I think perhaps if you allow me just to take a step back, sure. The way we think about this is just not opportunistic or we see our clients for the financing part or what traditional banks are known for. What we have said is that, and it was mentioned before, that our slogan is Africa is our home and we drive our growth. What that practically means is I need to understand Mr. Ayamere's vision and growth and then use our infrastructure, relationships, and capability to make and help him realize that. And that's what it really is. So Ade presented earlier about our Africa-China trade solutions. He touched on Trade Club. He touched on the expos that we attend, the China-Africa Economic and Trade Expo, which Mr. Amere was touching on, which in relation to CIE, which is the China International Import Expo, is very strategic, particularly for Africa, because CIE is China buying from the world. And what is of particular keen interest for us as the group is that CAETE is China just dealing with Africa. And in terms of the opportunity size, it's massive. I always laugh, and Philip and I laugh when we get requests from our partners in China where they'll be like, we're looking for chili. Then Zenab Food says, yes, we're interested, we can take that. How much are they looking for? Then we give them, and then it's like, but that's our supply for the whole year. So when it comes to growth, that's the kind of sheer scale that we're talking. And for us, it's very important to say, as much as we know that Africa imports a lot from China, we also want to help the growth of the export side of it, because there's huge opportunity. So as such, we create these different capabilities. There's the virtual matchmaking that we do quarterly, where we bring clients such as what Mr. Emery touched on. The expo, that was what we did physically, but now we do so virtually as well, because we all know the disruption of COVID since 2020 has forced us as businesses to think differently and say, how do we still enable trade? Because it's happening and needs to happen, obviously, to sustain our economy. So that's been one capability that we've enabled, and we've seen a lot of our clients use the opportunity, connect with importers in China, and actually get to doing business. We then also on the import side, what's interesting about the import side is that, and I think maybe Ade fleetingly went through it, but I just want to double click on it if you'll allow me.
Please.
You have a one-stop shop to help you connect with vetted suppliers, right? Again, because we partner with our clients for growth, we've gone on to understand what are the pain points for our clients when it comes to dealing with these key trading countries, such as China. And you would get things like trust, you get things like the transaction going wrong, etc. And for us, we then said, okay, how do we build in a solution up from that addresses those pain points? So that's what our import solution is. Ade and Ade's team, they will get the request from you, and you say that you're looking for 1 million of these bottles. You specify them. They go to our partner in China. They go to their suppliers. They get quotes for you, and you indicate which one you are happy with. They can even send you a sample to make sure that you are happy with what is going to be produced for you. And then they negotiate on your behalf, right? Typically, when you go into the market, you're dealing with a new supplier, you don't have terms, there isn't, that comfort of the relationship. You're expected to pay upfront pre-production. What we have with our partner is that our clients pay a 30% deposit, and then the balance is paid upon completion of the production. And then they book the shipping and help with getting the goods from China to Nigeria on your behalf. That's what we have. And similarly, on the export side, we go and understand what is our client trying to do, where they're trying to export. We've had clients that indicate to us that I want to export, but I want to understand where is the opportunity. We have those data points. And we've also gone on to say, how do we bring this information accessible to our clients that they'll typically have to pay for? And that's what Trade Club is. It's a repository of rich, up-to-date information around trade and trading with different countries that we've enabled with the partner banks that we've partnered with on there. So I just wanted to pause to really map out these capabilities that we have, and this is how we're enabling our clients' growth, and they are there to make use of, and really, I challenge the businesses in Nigeria today, both those that are banking with us and those that are thinking about banking with us, that if you want to grow, this is where we're doing it. It's not just about a transaction. It's really about partnering with you for growth. We're a 160-year-old institution, so I think we know about growth, sustainability, and also how to ensure that you stay long in the game for years to come.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lutando, for breaking it down. Thank you. And explaining in detail, giving us information how Stanbic IBTC, Standard Bank, and ICBC are well positioned as an institution to partner with when we talk about synergizing for growth, from Africa to China. Excellent points. And as you were speaking, it just struck me that what we're speaking about today in terms of synergy for growth is what happens, with Standard Bank and Stanbic IBTC, whereby you also work with partner banks to ensure that your reach is as wide as possible and you're able to serve adequately your customers and, as you've mentioned, intending customers. Excellent. Thank you. But I'll go to Jane now. Jane is joining us virtually. And speaking to what Fola had said earlier on, for me, that's quite powerful. And that's something that we want to change. That's a big takeaway for us at the end of the expo, at the end of today's conference. You talked about the fact that our imports from China is 3 times our exports. How do we bridge that gap? How do we increase what we export as a nation? As I'd like to ask you, Jane, can you tell us some of the Chinese policies or initiatives implemented by Chinese governments that encourages importation from Africa and Nigeria in particular? You need to please unmute. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Arlo. Initiatives by Chinese government. I'm based in China and representing Standard Bank Group, our China office here in China, invited and involved in multiple initiatives by the Chinese government to drive the cooperation, economic and trade cooperation between China and Africa. So we can say that we are in the forefront and having first-hand insights in this regard. So only 2 weeks ago, I traveled to Changsha city of Hunan province for their launch of the pilot zone for the in-depth China-Africa economic and trade cooperation. So that is the key initiative driven by the Hunan provincial government on behalf of the Chinese government to enhance the ties between China and Africa. So within this pilot zone, there are also multidimensional it is a multidimensional project. So within the pilot zone, there are also other sub-initiatives. For example, there is a if a company incorporates with these forex challenges. So China also wants to help issues. Hence, the government is really trade with Africa, moving from present trading counterparts in the other countries to the trading counterparts in the African countries. So we can see effects coming through.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jane, for highlighting some of the government policies, incentives that are available to drive trade between Africa and China. Giving examples such as the Hunan Free Trade Zone and the subsidies available to organizations that work with African countries in, when it comes to trade. Also, I believe that, Lutando, I'm right to say that these are some of the ways that for exporters, Stanbic IBTC and the Standard Bank Group can help you, give you information, know how to leverage policies like this so that you don't have to, you can get the information directly from Stanbic IBTC, right? Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right, I'll come back to you, Fola. Fola, I wanted to ask a question around, I know you already spoke about the parallels, you talked about manufacturing, what drove the growth in China becoming the second largest economy in the world, and the parallels you could draw between China and Nigeria currently. You speak about agriculture, you speak about manufacturing, but you also talked about the fact that we haven't quite tapped the full potential of the human resources. Can you share or expand a bit more on that? Because we see the parallels. We want to also achieve that level of growth. We see potential. Yes, we are number one in Africa, but we can certainly do more and expand a bit more. So please share with us your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Ayo. Before I start, I would just like to say that so if you look at the two countries and you look at their data, they seem to be in decent to strong positions in the sense that when you compare trade to GDP, so for China and Nigeria is both around 20%. It's the import-export dynamics for Nigeria that needs a lot of work on. And then if you look at so the challenge for Nigeria is that potential that Nigeria does not seem to be capitalizing on. So if you look at GDP, yes, Nigeria is the strongest in Africa, but then when you break it down to GDP per capita, which is more of a yardstick for average income levels, we're still far behind South Africa, Egypt, Botswana. And then, that just says that, there's a lot of value that can be extracted from the population and the favorable demographics. Now, if you look at China as well, you'll see that, China on an income per head basis as well still lags behind some emerging economies. But then they've set themselves on a growth path where over the foreseeable future they will close the gap between themselves and the other economies. But for Nigeria, we have a situation where our productivity is growing slower than our output. So you have a situation where population is growing 3-4%, but then output is growing less than 1-2%. So that's a challenge. We have China where population growth is under 1%, but then they consistently continue to achieve 6% pre-pandemic. So that's one challenge and that's one problem. The other challenge is that import-export gap that we have in Nigeria. So China is Nigeria's largest trading partner, or should I say largest importer. But all we do is export oil to China. And then what we import from China is very diversified, very much diversified, from electronics to equipment to telephones and all that. And we get a lot of support from them and all. But for Nigeria, the conversation, and I guess that's why we are having this particular event, because the conversation is now shifting towards how do we tackle the non-oil export gap in the economy. So how do we continue to grow productivity and improve non-oil exports? So things like, the government putting in reforms and, investing where it should be would go a long way.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Fola. I believe you're getting value from this conversation. We're still going to delve a bit deeper into some of the challenges, especially from Jane's perspective. And beyond looking at challenges and disadvantages or problems, we're also going to be looking at ways that we can see advantage. I mean, Lotan already spoke to that. Mr. Oyeyipo already mentioned a few of the policies and the initiatives by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, and we look forward to delving deeper into that. However, before we go into the positives and the good part of the conversation this morning, it's important to still set a bit of context, and I'll go back to Jane in China. Now, Jane, based on your experience interfacing with exporters, both in China and Nigeria, can you kindly share some of the challenges that potential exporters may face and probable solutions to those challenges, especially like Fola mentioned, in light of the current COVID-19 zero tolerance in China?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Ayo. Regarding challenges, of course, the first thing normally come up to the mind of a lot of traders between Africa and China is language plus culture. China and Africa, geographically speaking, is quite far, and they share a different context in terms of language and culture, of course, and that is obvious. And also to do business between Africa and China, and you have to get adapted to like multiple requirements or even business manners or even the tools you have to apply to get reach to reach out to your counterparts in China. So to give out an example, in China, most people using WeChat to talk business. If, for example, if I'm a buyer in China and I get connected with a Nigerian exporter for sesame, the first time when we talk, we get connected to each other, I might just want to add you on WeChat first so that we can keep the connection and take it further. So that is something different. And we know in Africa, there are other tools of communication which are popular. And also in terms of the other challenges, I talk about these procedures for exports. For example, if you want to export to China, of course, first you have to make sure that product you want to take to China market is debonded by the consumers on China side. And also, secondly, you have to make sure if you are exporting agricultural raw commodity, for that particular variety of the commodity, your country has to sign the protocol with Chinese government already. That is a prerequisite for any commodity of that kind to get cleared, to get past the Chinese customs. And then next, the African exporter have to register with the relevant Chinese authorities. And the most important amongst them is the Chinese customs to get that particular certificate for this African exporter to get qualified for China export. So for all these requirements and procedures, and so from Standard Bank side, our solution is we have built our database, our insights base to provide this the guidance to our clients for their ease of trade with China. And regarding language and culture, you can see me, I'm based in China. I can speak Mandarin. So in our bank, we'll also have staff like myself who have got the knowledge about Africa and also the language specialty and also the culture specialty for China. So we can assist our clients to bridge that gap. And also together with ICBC, we have that broad networks in China, not only in one city, not only in one province, but reaching out to all the 34 provinces of China. And so with our broad network in the African countries, we can seamlessly provide assistance to tackle the language and cultural problems for our clients, and also to provide the market insights for our clients to make their own business strategies in exporting to China. And regarding COVID protocol, of course, we know is hindering the physical traveling between China and Africa in the past 2 to 3 years. And we also have solutions on that. For example, our business matchmaking. Since COVID pandemic, and our matchmakings went from offline to online. So we immediately starting to facilitate these virtual connections between our African clients with the Chinese importers. And also for those of our offerings like CRI and CATE, pre-COVID, Stanbic Group, we took our clients to visit China to attend these events physically. But since COVID is creating barriers for clients to travel to China, our staff on China side, including myself, we receive clients' exhibits when they arrive China. We put them at our stand at CRIE. We get trained to learn the specifications of the products, and we help our clients to promote their products towards the Chinese buyers. And of course, we also take down the details of the Chinese buyers and share with our customers, our clients, for them to have later engagements with these exporting to China opportunities. So we have all these solutions to help the African companies, the businesses, to tackle all these barriers for trading with China. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. And that's a light in what would have been quite dark in terms of the challenges that COVID-19 has posed. And thank you for highlighting some of the solutions that Stanbic IBTC, Standard Bank Group, ICBC have put in place to ensure that they're able to bridge those trade gaps. Now, talking about non-oil exports, we're trying to see how we can expand that. As Fola mentioned, it's not that China is quite diverse. Export to China is mainly around oil. And so I'd like to ask you, Mr. Ayemere, as operators of the Nigerian Export Trade House China Far East region, can you tell us some of the initiatives you plan to deploy to support the promotion of non-oil exports?
Thank you very much. I think the federal government has done a very good job by setting up the Export Trade House in China, of course, and other locations across the world. I know the one of Kenya was recently launched. The one in Cairo was launched. We are hoping to launch ours in China by November during the CIIE. If maybe if the COVID situation become better, I believe I heard just now that the Chinese, they've recently opened the Chinese space for us to go in, meaning we can now travel. So if we can travel, we will certainly launch the Nigeria Export Trade House in China. So what is the Nigerian Export Trade House? How does it operate? It's like having, I know there used to be a place they call a Chinatown here. So this is Nigeria warehouse in China. That is Mr. Okonkwo, Salihu, Uche,
Mohammed, you have a warehouse in China. What we export, what we import, as my brother said, is 3 times. That's 3 to 1. With this warehouse, the trade house, the federal government is trying to say, oh, Zinab, we have seen what you've done. How can you make the entire Nigerian populace get their product down to this warehouse? So, for they that can export, we will guide you on logistics. We will help you receive the goods into the warehouse in China. We will give you customers.
How will you give? Can you expand on that?
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Now, we always say, we teach you what to export, what to export, where to export, when to export, and we will give you the off-ticket. For instance, with our experience there, we have several customers out there, customers that have been giving to us, that synergy we talk about between Stanbic IBTC and Zinab, from ICBC, the B2B that we have arranged, we have customers there. We have a Gakao market also that needs us to export goods there. We have the Hunan Agricultural organization that wants us to export goods there. We have this trade house that also has marketers that market from state to state, business to business, goes from one exhibition to the other. The last CIIE that was done, we didn't have to be there physically. Our staff in China went to the CIIE exhibition, got customers, and they asked us, can you bring them? So we are saying, is this sesame you have to export? Please, bring it to China. Is it cocoa? Bring it to China. Is it adire you can make? Bring it to China. Is it? Just keep talking.
Excellent.
Keep naming.
Yeah.
Bring them to China warehouse. We will help you market it. So what we are saying, we want to do everything possible to bridge that gap. 3 to 1 is not good. I think it's better if we cannot close it, we should at least make it reasonably, maybe 2 to 3. Until another 3 years, then we appraise again. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. We have some questions coming in already online. Some you've answered. Someone just asked, Titilope asked, is it just agricultural products that the warehouse takes? But thank you very much for telling us the different areas. Is it adire? Bring it. Is it food? Bring it. Is it cocoa? What? Bring it. Excellent. So, but we will be coming to questions later on in about 10 minutes after, once we're done with the questions. We'd like to take, I believe that a number of people have some things they'd like you to shed more light on. I've seen a few of them here online, and I know that those who are on site as well might like to ask questions. But before we go there, I still need to ask, I was going to come to Lutando, and for you to highlight some success stories and other initiatives or capabilities the bank has deployed to enable trade. So we've started off highlighting or just sharing some of the challenges, drawing a parallel between China and Africa, Nigeria in this case. We've looked at the numbers, we've looked at the areas we're not quite tapping full potential, but I know that you must have some success stories to share with us today.
Certainly. So many to choose from. One is sitting on stage with us. I mentioned virtual matchmaking earlier. We've connected 2 of our clients that are coffee exporters to buyers in China, and it's a nice problem to have because now they can choose who they want to sell to. It becomes a bit more in terms of dealing with some of the importers that we brought to the conversation. There's also recently, part of the matchmaking we had in May, we have a Mozambican client, 4 of them, that have connected with buyers in China for sesame, and I think also for cashew, and the other one is macadamia. Then we also have, I don't have figures, but because that particular one, they're still finalizing the volume that they want to do. Typically with this, they wouldn't do sort of an initial test transaction, and then thereafter it obviously grows from beyond that. Last year, we also had a virtual matchmaking event that was part of the CAETE umbrella, which was highlighted earlier. And there we also had a couple of success stories, coffee, cashew. I know some of the products that were being mentioned. We see anything from cassava chips to crocodile skin being in demand in China. So there's really a whole range of different products, whether it's primary agricultural goods to processed agricultural goods that are in demand in China. So we've had some successes from that as well. And this is on the export side around our matchmakings, but also with the expos that obviously we take our clients to, or in the last 2 years, we've taken our clients' products to, and they were able to still be visible at those expos, albeit virtually. And then on the import side, there's probably our solution that's the most mature, and we've sort of been live with it in the markets that we're in, all 15 for longer. We've helped a whole range of clients. From one of our big clients in Tanzania, we recently imported 70 trucks that arrived in February of this year, branded their brand, which they will operate actually across the region with them. And same companies also operating in Zambia, where they imported 50 trucks. Then there's also, as part of our new offering, we get it where we're offering renewable energy products. So solar energy equipment, and there's a client that we're currently busy with who's looking to import for Eswatini, was looking to see how they diversify the energy generation. So that's just some of the ones that I can highlight, and I can keep going, but nut crushes, because, and I want to pause on this one because it also just ties into the imports. Is just not on the consumable side. We're also seeing a lot of the markets looking at how do they start to drive production and manufacturing in the country. So, which is exciting to see, because some of us, most of us are aware of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, right? And what that's going to mean for African countries to trade with each other eventually, in terms of envisioned tariff-free. That's going to open up massive opportunities for our economies to grow, especially big economies such as Nigeria. And the problem that Fola is mentioning, which is actually an opportunity. So if productivity is that low, and there's something like the Continental Free Trade Area, it means that it's a good time to start to look at strategically which spaces you play in and which countries you can export it to within the continent. We as a bank, obviously the largest bank on the continent, so we're very excited about that and how we start to drive that. So this production is sort of a trend that we've seen since 2020. Has been great, and we've helped some of our clients who in other markets where they wanted to not just only import the PPE, they started wanting to actually make some of the PPE equipment, and we assisted them with importing that equipment. So that's a very important caveat point to mention, and tied into the opportunity of the trade on the continent. You'll see we said Africa-China Expo and not Nigeria-China Expo, because we are Pan-African Bank. So it's a very important way that we see things, that this trade that we are driving and we are seeing will always have this element of looking at the continent, but also looking at China. Purely from the trade relations that have been forged over the years and the growth that we've seen, but also just the sheer scale that China gives, and really learning and those lessons to drive localized production and growing our manufacturing capability. So those are some of the success stories that I want to share. And like I said, there are plenty. Even here in Nigeria, we've helped a number of our clients with both on the import and the export side. And I think at each of the expos, we've always had good representation from our Nigerian clients, and we'd like to do more. And Mr.
That Standard Bank Group Stanbic IBTC Bank, which is a member of the Standard Bank Group, have done in ensuring that they're facilitating transgenerational trade, in this case between Africa and China. It was important for you to have illustrated and mentioned some of the practical ways that you have supported businesses and the success stories as well. I have one question because, I mean, the people who are hopefully going to be rushing onto our virtual exhibition, you know, as we're speaking and after today's conference and beyond, that's tomorrow, day 2, until the end of the year, would we have opportunities for virtual matchmaking, or how will that work? You know, leveraging the virtual exhibitions and the exhibitors that we have on our Stanbic IBTC events platform.
Yes, certainly. So Ade mentioned that he'll keep the lights on for the app till end of the year. We also will be planning, as we have CIE in November, there's a virtual matchmaking event that we're also looking at between now and November. And usually what would happen at CIE as part of what Mr. Amiri mentioned is that we would take our clients, obviously where we can travel, we'll take them and physically put them in matchmaking rooms with buyers in China. So those are some of the things that we'll still look at and see how we strategically do it around the CIE or leading up to CIE. Those are some of the key things that are happening outside of just obviously the virtual exhibition that the app will enable.
Yeah.
In addition to that, we invite clients to contact our colleagues in the Africa-China banking, because in addition to that, there's also then the trade club where you can also explore that resource and that opportunities that it ties you to. So what we'll do is, and Onyinye, I've asked her very kindly, we'll continue to use that app as a way to then share what's happening, what's coming up, and be a connecting way for our clients to really be able to connect to the opportunities that are there, but also the events that are happening for the remainder of the year.
That certainly sounds exciting, and thank you. The opportunities are truly endless. It's time for us to take hold of these opportunities, especially through synergizing and synergy for growth. I cannot stop this panel or start to take questions without some questions. I have just very quickly to touch on for Fola, for Mr. Oyeyipo, and then finally for Jane. The questions are pouring in, especially online, so I can imagine people who are waiting or on the edges of their seats to ask questions right in this hall. However, because, we were going to touch on the Africa Free Trade Agreement, it's important, Fola, that you please speak to this. So, Lotando had set that foundation and spoken about the opportunities that present. But I'd like you to please just share with us what benefit trade agreements between Nigeria and China, or do we have benefits from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and how we can leverage that as well to promote trade between Africa and China?
Yeah, well, the AFCFTA is certainly an opportunity for Nigerians or Nigerian manufacturers to improve export earnings, to improve productivity, and to also, improve competitiveness within the region. And then for China, it's also an opportunity for Chinese companies to continue to build infrastructure to enhance that regional trade integration. But I'll just say that, not just in Nigeria, there are structural challenges ranging from logistics to bureaucratic bottlenecks in getting export approvals to insecurity and infrastructure. And then, the most important one is that, productivity, the ability to enhance productivity. We need to build on that as well. And it's not just in the production side. It's more around, how can we drive manufacturing and processing and, expanding that agriculture to manufacturing, expanding manufacturing to services, so that our exports become more diversified, just like the kind of benefits we are getting from China. But I believe that, the AFCTA, the agreement, it's a very good starting point, and it can only be improved upon.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Fola. Very quickly, I'll come to you, Mr. Oyeyipo, because we would like for you to speak to export registration and license procedures that currently exist.
Thank you very much. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council has been able to put its registration processes online. This can be done at the comfort of individuals' offices. You just go to our website, www.nepc.gov.ng, and the site is very interactive. You apply with necessary certificate after making a payment of 13,500 naira, and the processes will be done at our headquarters in Abuja, and the certificate will be sent to you directly. So you don't need to come to our office in Apapa here. You can do that within the comfort of your office and have your certificate. Very simple. So what you only need to present is your certificate of incorporation, not ordinary business name, because you want to know who are the promoters of the company. So which is available under the registration of limited liability company. Then your memorandum and articles of association to enable us have a view of the content of what the business looks like. I want to see specifically that you are actually involved in non-oil export, so that you'll be sure that we are working with somebody who knows what is doing in terms of product, in terms of market access, in terms of activities involved in non-oil export. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And finally, I'll come to you, Jane, before we open to the floor for questions. This question in particular for me is important because for a number of exporters here in Nigeria and the rest, and South Africa, other parts of Africa, there are certain myths around exporting, so they'd rather shy away from it. We talked about the registration licenses, the certifications that you might need to have. I'd like you, before we go, to dispel some of these myths, especially along the lines of credibility, payment, pricing, and the role that Standard Bank and Stanbic IBTC plays in supporting trade activities. So one, dispel the myths, and the role that Stanbic IBTC and Standard Bank helps in supporting this, in facilitating this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ayo. So when I was talking about the challenges faced by our exporters from Nigeria, from other African countries when they trade with China, I think I've touched on some of the myths. So, for example, protocols and all the registrations, not only with the African authorities, but also on China side. And then for solutioning our bank, of course, we can provide guidances and connections with our clients towards the relevant departments on China side for them to know how to tackle these barriers to register the companies to be qualified for China export. And of course, in terms of credibility and trust is an issue as we getting involved on daily basis regarding trade between Africa and China. Trust is an issue faced by both groups of traders, not in Africa, but also on China side. So if I'm an African exporter, I might be afraid of my counterparts in China if that company is not going to pay my deposit, or if that company is going to cheat me with any terms and conditions, and also the credibility of the company in a basic way, whether that company is registered, is a legitimate company in China. So for all these, we've got our credit capabilities together with our partner ICBC to do the background checks of these Chinese companies. Whoever is legitimately registered on China side, we can know their operational status, and also we can ask our partner ICBC to do thorough background check of these Chinese counterparts if necessary. And also for our matchmaking events, of course, the matchmaking events is relying on our relationship with ICBC. So from our side, we bring the exporters from African countries, and ICBC introduced the importers through their client base. So of course, ICBC won't recommend or take all those clients who were in default, who were risky in terms of their profiles with ICBC to this matchmaking. So in this way, we can guarantee the trustworthiness of the Chinese buyers to the matchmaking and taking forward for their engagement and business conversations with our clients. So these are the solutions from our bank pre-trade. And when the two companies reach a deal, they start talking about payment terms. Of course, as a bank, together with ICBC, we've got all these financial instruments to help the traders in Africa. We got the traders in Africa and China to fulfill the deal with an enclosed, safe cycle of payment across Africa-China corridor. So that's of course the basic offerings of financial services and products as a bank of Stanbic IBTC Bank.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jane. It was important to really emphasize on that because I think also you'd mentioned that, Mr. Victor, with regards to the credibility that Stanbic IBTC gives to your business, especially when it's done as an introduction or that they are introducing you to the China or Chinese market, it's easier for you to then do business and also engender trust with your partners in China. So that's really excellent. Thank you very much for throwing more light on that, Jane. And now we will be throwing open to the audience. I haven't even finished. I see the hands up already. You do not want to know the number of questions we have online. And I think our own greatest challenge here would be how to manage the questions to ensure that we're able to take as many as possible and still stay within the time limits that we have. Please don't forget, if for any reason we're not able to take your question, especially those specifically addressed to Stanbic IBTC, especially the Africa-China desk, we'll be more than happy to take your details and respond to you personally by email. I know that some of the questions might go to, I know Ade is here and some other members of staff from that desk who are here who might be able to help us with those questions as well, alongside our panelists. We have questions. Let me start with, okay, so the gentleman raised his hand first, and then we have the gentleman there. We have the lady there. I'll take questions in a round of 3, and then I'll come to the online audience and we'll toggle it that way. So can I have a microphone to the gentleman to my right? There's one here.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Olatunde Welts. My question goes to you, sir, Mr. Oyeyipo, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. Oyeyipo.
Yes, so I wanted to know if an exporter gets the buyer, and based on the fact that he's limited in knowledge in terms of export procedure, he gives it to another exporter to do the shipments, the logistics, and the process. Is it possible to have 2 exporter or 2 export license in the documentation so as to protect the first exporter for official transaction? I don't know if my question is clear.
Did you get the question, sir? Okay. So can I get your name, please? I don't know if you introduced yourself.
Olatunde Welts.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Olatunde. I'll take 3 questions, and then, so that question is for you, Mr. Oyeyipo. We have the gentleman right in front of the stage. Can we get a microphone to him? And then the lady in red, and then we'll come back to give a response, or to give responses. Thank you.
Good afternoon, please. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Phillips. I came in here with a bit of contemplations and the mind to have some clarity too. I've gotten those clarities.
Fantastic.
But it's also important to underscore a bit of what those contemplations are. One is what that correlates to the Nigeria Export Promotion Council. I had an encounter with someone who have lost a lot of trade partnership with a Brazilian firm to supply cashew. And he's a very big cashew exporter. And this had to do with logistics and traffic. He had to spend an extra 200 million naira to move those containers from Lagos because it was taking him more than 3 weeks from his office somewhere on Lagos, on Oshodi Papa Expressway just to get to the port. And I was almost going to lose that deal. It took the intervention of the vice president directly from his office before he could get that out, and he had to move it to Calabar Port and paid an extra 200 million for the transportation, getting vessel and all of that. Long story short, he's been able to, according to him, he's diversified his business up to 50, 60% out of the country because of this kind of issues, because he said to himself, I don't know how many times I'm going to need or find the help of the vice president in that regard. So I don't know if that's a prevalent problem or it's peculiar to him, but he's a big cashew exporter. I don't know if that's sorted out now in terms of processes. Then the other would be image. I don't know, my contemplation again, and maybe perhaps what people have as imagery of the Chinese products or Chinese businesses is that it's easily associated with substandardization, as it were. So I don't know if there's any way this is being handled and cleared up. I know that the ratio you say is 3-1. So I think this conversation is necessarily not about increasing that 3 to 5 to 1, but increasing 1 to 2 to 3. But at the same time, if the ideas of having substandard things come into this country, especially from the East and especially from China, what's also the guarantee that corners are not also being cut to get products in the name of trade facilitation out there to China? And because you pick up some products here that are said to be from China, and all you see is the PO box. There are no fixed addresses, there are no traces, and all of that.
All right.
So I don't know what role Stanbic plays, if it extends its guidance of just not providing financial support to other things, to include making sure that standardization is very important, because I want to believe health products also or could be involved in this trade facilitation.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your question. I think you've posed the question to Mr. Oyeyipo, and I think Lutando would respond to the second question. Final one from the lady in red. Your name, please, and your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Kike Lomo Olaogunia, and I co-founded a delivery company in 2013. My partner is in here. So I would like to first of all ask questions about opportunities for my clients, because I have MSMEs who export to other countries, and we assist them with those exports in small quantities, but they have the requirements, so they would have an incorporated company, etc. And you said earlier that, you know, if you have hair, bring it. If you have cosmetics, bring it. So how long does it take from inquiry phase to bringing it and having your goods in China? That's the first question. Second question, we've spoken a lot about synergy, about growth, about partnerships, about opportunities. I'm just wondering what kind of opportunities are there for MSMEs like myself who own delivery companies that actually do business from China, because we have a lot of clients, and the Chinese part of our business, although our core is UK, US, and Canada, but China is growing, and you know, it's bulk shipment for businesses like ours. So what opportunities would we have to liaise with or render our services to large businesses, not just the MSMEs, because the same efforts required to bring in stuff for someone who sells hair extensions is the same thing required to bring in, you know, heavier goods for the B2B clients. So what opportunities exist, and is there someone at the Stanbic IBTC desk that I can speak with directly? Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ikelomo. Okay, so we'll go straight to how we're going to divide that now. So, Mr. Oyeyipo, you have two questions. So if you can start with responding to the first half of the second question. Lutando can respond to the second one and maybe speak to 2B, and then maybe speak to what the last question had said. And I don't know if Ade, if we can also hand the microphone to Ade if he's in the room from the Africa-China desk, who would also help us to respond to some questions as well. Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Mr. Oyeyipo.
Okay. Thank you very much. The first question on two people having a business deal and asking whether both of them have to be registered. It depends on the agreement or the MOU that is drafted between two of you. If there is need for you to have your own company and his own company, then the two has to be registered. And then you can now draft an MOU that will guide the activities between the two operators. And if you agreed between both of you that you just use one of the companies, then the company that you wanted to use for that business can be registered. And then you draft an MOU that will guide the process of profit sharing, cost sharing, and other things involved. The second question on cashew nut exporter, I think I mentioned something like that in my speech response on DEW, that's domestic export warehouse. The Eto-Collop system of MPA was meant to address that, and to a very large extent, I think they've been able to do that. But the domestic export warehouse concept will, to a very large extent, take care of this kind of delay in the course of accessing the ports and taking a lot of time, whereby some people started making use of batches from Mile 2, which is an additional cost to an exporter to access the port easily. So this domestic export warehouse concept is meant to take care of that, so that once your good is inspected and necessary certification issued and the container is sealed, it goes straight to the export terminal, and the time of having to be on the queue, the gridlock on the bridge to access the port will be eliminated. I believe that's okay.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Oyeyipo. We'll go on to the question 2B.
2B.
Yes, that's on imaging. Yeah, imaging, and was that the one on products from
the products from China,
China.
Being able to be traceable. That's how I understood your question, right?
That Stanbic IBTC offers services beyond what he has spoken about to actually verifying the authenticity of products and okay, thank you.
Yes, that's the answer.
Simple. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for Stanbic IBTC. Simple, straight to the point, and you can hold them on that one and speak to them.
So
thank you.
Yeah, I'll just elaborate. Look, so we're dealing with our partner. In fact, our import partner that enables our import solution is one of ICBC's key clients, right? So we're dealing with a reputable entity, and even their suppliers that they work with are vetted suppliers that they have long-standing relationships with. So when it comes to really getting to your comfort levels as to what you're going to bring in, we ensure that, they ensure that, right? That's why I highlighted that if a sample needs to be sent, we'll do that. Because the priority here is your experience as the importer being one that is good, you get the quality that you want. And one of the things that we always highlight is that quality is a non-negotiable in terms of our relationship with our import partner. So when it comes to that, that's embedded in our understanding of our solution. And then secondly, if there's a sort of further knowledge or support that you need, and we've had this with some of our clients in other markets. Recently, we helped a client in Botswana was importing equipment that's processing. I think it does packaging, and his engineer didn't quite understand how to install this, and so we got the supplier and their engineer to actually spend time and take the engineer in Botswana through the training to make sure that they're able to not only install it, but know how to then do support. And they remain there as a support. Whenever there's an issue, they can contact. So that's the extent that we go through with our offering. It's not just, now you can buy from someone and, you don't know who you're buying from. So it's very important for us that your experience is one that puts you in a position where there's confidence in what you're getting and how to operate it once it's in the country. So the simple answer to your question is yes, and you can certainly take us up on that. And then the other question from the lady at the table, you're sitting 2 seats away from the gentleman that will answer all the questions that you raise. So that is Ade, who's head of the Africa-China banking team here, and he'll be the best person to speak to, because your question seems like you want to talk to someone who can just sort of elaborate a bit more on your business and where you can tie in, and I think he's the best person to assist with that.
Thank you very much, Lutando. Ade, over to you.
Hello. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll just go ahead. For your question, you said you are into logistics and you facilitate movement of parcels, goods from Nigeria to China, and the other way around. So trust me, when Jane was talking, she spoke about trust. So international trade is based on trust. And for you to establish trust, it depends on what kind of partners that you're dealing with. For us at Stanbic and Standard Bank, we have a number of partners that we work with in the Chinese side. And for you as a Nigerian who is interested, that's why we have this event. If you come to us and we sit down with you, we know exactly what your needs are. We are able to match make you. I mean, trust me, we don't just go into the open market in China and begin to look for who is able to connect with a Nigerian. We do our due diligence, and the kind of partners we work with have been in the business for a very long time. And we're able to assure that the kind of partners that introduce and matchmake you with are the kind of partners that meet our expectation. And we have said it here also that we are in for a long time. So we've been there for 159 years, and it's not what we want to joke with. And when we talk about integrity of the partners that we relate with, it's sacrosanct and it's very, very important for us before we do introduction. And I do also made an example of one of the customers that we worked with in the past who had an experience that was a little bit of a problem. Yes, of course, when you do trade and you do exchange, there's going to be issue at some point, but of course, how you resolve the issue is what is very important. But because we deal with people of high integrity and capacity, we were able to intervene, and at the end of the day, the customer is happy. So what I would say in closing is that come to us, let's sit with you, let's understand what your expectations are, what are the things that you're able to do. We'll look around to also matchmake you using the platform of our partners across China. That's what I would say, and that's where I will answer your question. I hope that meets your expectation.
I think you have certainly met her expectations with a wide smile on her face. It means that you've done justice to that. Thank you very much, Ade. And I'm tempted, and I will add this at the end of what you just said. Why won't you choose Stanbic IBTC? Obviously, the best partner on this journey to promoting trade in Africa and China, or trade between Africa and China. Thank you so much for expounding on that. And I'll move on to our online questions and see how much we can fit in. Again, we're pressed for time, but we want to ensure that we are able. So for the next few questions, I just ask that whoever is responding, go straight to the response so that we can take in as many as possible. So the first question, Ade, please don't go too far. This one I think is for you too. He says, is it possible to have the support of Stanbic IBTC to import solar systems? We already have a good partner in China, and we already have distributors in Nigeria for fast sale of the products. Okay, the next one is from Indogesit Ugama. That first one was from Prince Samuel Enogegase. The next one from Indogesit Ugama says, will importing from China to Nigeria in small scale be allowed? And then if yes, will goods be shipped from China to Lagos and also Abuja? Also, will Stanbic IBTC make a way for easy payment of goods to the Chinese sellers? Also, in situations where I already have a wholesaler in China, can I still buy from them and goods be paid for by the bank on my behalf? Lutando, I think you're the only one.
Yeah.
You and Jane.
Yeah, Ade made a run for it, so I'll cover in his absence. So sure, you just may have to recap some of them.
Okay.
But the one on payments, yes, we're well aware of the FX issue, so I'm not going to go into that. But we can assist with payments.
Okay.
Then there was one around.
There was one around
solar.
That you support, import of solar systems. He already has a partner in China and also in Nigeria. So would you support that?
Yep. we, through our import partner, we actually launched this offering in May of this year. And we would then look at, we can look at the partner. We will just need to understand where they need support if they already have a partner that side. But obviously, it will be good to also then make use of our service to then compare match to match, because the upper hand that we have is the payment terms and the ability to have someone that actually deals directly with the supplier in that side. So that would be my response on that one. And then the other one was...
All right, there was one about small scale businesses. So with
Yes.
importing from China to Nigeria in small scale will be allowed.
Yes. So this one is contentious purely because the suppliers we deal with are always manufacturers. And as a manufacturer, you'd understand that you have a production line, and for it to be really worth the cost or the input that you do, you produce to a certain scale.
Yeah.
So we do have generally the concern around minimum order quantities, or MOQ. And so that, depending on what the goods are, right, with Goma, we can then talk to them, try and negotiate to see if it's doable or not. So depending on what the goods are and what the quantity is that they're trying to import, then we can look at. We've had clients where it's maybe it doesn't meet the minimum order quantity, but because there's different ones, they're able to sell it a bit better with the suppliers. So it really comes down to the detail.
Excellent. Thank you. Very quickly, since we're doing so well with time and you talk about payments, the next question from Toby Karim is on that. How do I send money from Nigeria to suppliers in China and South Africa without BTA or PTA processes? Just a click to get my Naira converted and pay the merchant.
Perfect. There's Ade and I saw Toby. Between the two of you, gentlemen, please.
Can we please just give a microphone to Ade?
No. At Stanbic, we like to work in synergy. And also, so I have one of my colleagues that is here that will be able to attend to that. Please, pardon me. Ifoma is able to attend to that.
Hello, Ifoma. Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Please, can you just recap the question?
All right, so it's on payments. They're asking, they don't want the problem of BTA, PTA processes. Toby just wants a click to get his Naira or her Naira converted and pay the merchant for suppliers in China and South Africa.
Okay, so if you're importing physical goods, PTA, BTA are basically for traveling, right? So there are other payment methods that you can use to pay. You have your letter of credit, your bills for collection, which the bank can support you to facilitate the payment. Also, for the purpose of this event, the Africa-China Expo, we also have our Africa-China desk, and we have partners in China that we relate with. We can give you flexible payment plan. There are ways we can sort it out for you. So when you come and we see the business and we see what you want to do, we'll be able to structure it in a way that will support your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ifoma. Thanks for saving and just doing justice to that question. Thank you. All right, because of our time, I'm going to take one more round of questions in the audience, if we have any, and then one more round audience-wise. We have your questions, we have your name. If you'd like us to we'll give you contact details, especially for the Stanbic IBTC Africa-China desk, as we see that a lot of interest has been piqued following this conversation, and we're glad to see that. We want to respond to your questions. We want to serve you better. We want to serve you as much as possible. So please ensure that we have your details and we'll certainly get to you. Do we have questions here? All right. So we have one person here, one person there, and one person there. So 3. Just the final 3 for this afternoon. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
All right, good everyone. My name is Okejibuak. My question borders on incentives for local exporters. The NAPC, sir, the organization, we have the EEG, Export Expansion Grants. I would like you to please explain where we are on that program. Because it seems the payments never gets to the exporters that apply. I'd like your clarification on that. Then we don't have the central bank representative here, but maybe Stanbic IBTC team can explain to us on what we are doing with RT200. So far, no payments or payments are trickling in some organizations, but for Stanbic IBTC, so far, no payment has come to our organization. So I would just like a little explanation of what's happening with those incentives. Thank you.
Thank you. So your question focused on incentives. Thank you very much. We have one question from the gentleman on that table. Thank you. Your name, please, and your question.
Good day, everyone. My name is Babajide Olatunde. My question goes to Lukando, Mr. Oyeko, Sinab, and possibly Ade.
Is it one question?
It's just one question.
Okay.
I'll round it up. Growing the export base of this country. Central Bank is speaking all about on RT 200. Our position is, as a nation, I guess we have to look at value addition to most of the products we are exporting. And when you're looking at value addition, you probably have to process, adding value. We trade in processed cashew nut. This is additional value for it. You look at the cost of bringing equipment to add value to raw cashew is quite enormous. Mr. Eko did say something about certification. You cannot export anything to Canada or US without the HACCP certificates. The best of the certificate you have around here is probably for the Cashew Alliance. Most of the processing countries don't really have the HACCP certificates. Now, the equipment themselves are quite expensive. Is there anything either Lukando or they can do?
Yes.
In conjunction with NEPC,
okay,
to have a kind of shared facility where MSMC can process their products for export.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll take that question very quickly. And then the final one. Right. Okay, he's seated now there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, everybody. And good afternoon. My name's Alistair McDougall. I'm the CEO of Avery Nigeria Limited. I've kind of got 3 questions. I hope you don't mind.
I'm sorry, you have to just put into one because of our time.
I'll make it one question, but I'll wrap the whole 3 in one question.
Thank you.
Okay, firstly, I just want to ask, what are you guys doing about encouraging equity participation by Chinese companies in Nigerian companies? I noticed the China ICBC, whatever, has a 20% equity in for you guys. Why do you not encourage Chinese companies to invest in Nigerian companies? That will help them, the Nigerian companies, and also help the Chinese companies.
Okay.
It will also help to reduce dramatically the issues of trust, the issues of language, and the issues of culture changes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think it's very important. Second one, very quickly, is given what's happening in the world today, given what's happening with the petrodollar, given that Nigeria, I think, has 39.2 billion foreign reserves at the moment, if the petrodollar crashes, we're in trouble, I think. But we notice, given what's going on in the world, that the BRICS community is looking to build up an alternative reserve currency for the world, maybe a basket of currencies, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, what are you got to say about that, and where does that leave us going forward? And lastly,
all right. Sorry, you would
it's in line with that one. It can't go without.
All right.
Sorry,
go ahead,
man.
please.
In line with the fact that there's a quantum financial system, blockchain system coming on.
You submit those documents to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, which is the secretariat for the Export Expansion Grant Committee. It's an interministerial committee, it's not only NEPC. So NEPC is the secretariat for that. And once you submit those documents, it will be processed. And they will carry out visitations, all the agencies involved, to the company to ensure that that company is actually involved in producing those commodities for export. And they actually exported and repatriated. And once that is done and they are satisfied, it will be approved. And payment will be made not in cash, but with what we call export credit certificate. It's like ordinary other financial institution documents to enable you maybe pay some tax involved in export and other things to the federal government. Okay. So that's what they do. And just last two weeks, they went around some of the companies that have submitted the applications and have gotten approval for them to be listed among the beneficiaries. They went around the company in Lagos here to see what they are doing and to report back to the committee that the companies actually existed and they actually exported. So if there's any specific issue regarding your company, then you can make it known to us in our Lagos office here. I will take it up.
All right, so I'm sorry, because of our time, Mr. Yeyipo is here. So I believe that he can give you the opportunity to have a conversation afterwards, perhaps during the break, so that we're able to take more questions. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Or like he's mentioned, there are portals and channels through which you can contact NEPC as well. But he's here today, so I'd suggest that you take advantage of speaking to him after this session. Thank you, sir. So you may please go on to the second question.
The second question on cashew nut processing.
Shared facility.
Shared facility. Okay, it's the same thing. We have something like that currently in Shaki, Oyo State. It's jointly built by the Nigerian Export Promotion Council and the World Trade Organization, where they are processing shea butter for export. And I would advise that you maybe come with your group, whether it's a cooperative or an association of maybe producers, and make your application known to us, and it will be treated. We have those facilities scattered around the country, even for leather in Kaduna and in Aba. We have a common facility center for leather and leather products, whereby producers of shoes comes around to the facility center and produce for the export market. So please make it known to us and let's look at it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And final question, Lutando.
Sure. I'll quickly respond to them for the sake of time. So there was something around blockchain, there was something around investor, and then the third one was related to payment options, right?
BRICS.
BRICS, yes. So on the investor one, I mean, we say trade, and we're focusing hard today on the import and export part of it, but trade strongly goes along with investment, and that we've been doing equally, probably for longer than we have the solutions that we spoke about today. And we have an annual conference that happens, which is the Africa Investor Conference. So there's been quite a lot of work being done in that front, and happy to chat after this if you want to get some examples of where we have. But Standard Bank as being a key sort of player in that, driving the investment from China into the continent. Blockchain. We actually have been doing work on this, looking at how we can use blockchain for trade payments, and we're currently testing in Zambia as a pilot program. So I don't want to say too much on it because we're still trying to prove the concept, but certainly concept in terms of how it's been thought through is there. And then lastly, in terms of BRICS, this one I won't answer directly, but I'll answer the part of it that certainly has been a conversation between us and ICBC in terms of our strategic cooperation, which is looking at how do we internationalize the renminbi or the Chinese yuan. And as such, we as Standard Bank Group, and here even Stanbic IBTC, are one of the few banks, if not only banks, that enables payments in Chinese yuan. So that for us has been a key thing as we try to grow our capability, obviously in this corridor, and our differentiators, is how do we look at that as well. There are concerns around dollar, but we're already on this path where we're looking at how do we help our clients to actually do payments in renminbi, and align suppliers, obviously, who are open to quote then in renminbi and dollar to give the African importers that option. So this is already what we are doing in this space, and perhaps touches a bit on your question around Brexit, the currency.
All right. Thank you very much for taking it straight to the point and helping us do that. All right. I'm going to go, because of our online audience, not sidelining them, I'm going to take 2 questions on there and rapid responses to them. Again, the advantage that you have being online is that you have representatives who can respond to you directly. Also, we're going to take note of your names and your questions, and if you don't mind putting down your details, we would like to contact you further beyond today's conference. However, just for the benefit of the audience this afternoon, I will take 2 more questions from our online audience. One is from Oluwadamilola. Is the trade relationship based on commodity trading alone, or are there plans to venture into skill training exchange or service, as well as beyond after-sales services guidance, particularly in machinery in the near future? You can take that one. And then there was one around... So someone's asking how to access information on the agricultural products needed in China and product specification. Perhaps you could speak to that, Mr. Victor, just how, especially with the Nigeria House in China. And then one more question, and then we'll go. Okay, so this one, Market Square Collections is asking, what kind of products is the Chinese market open to from Nigeria to China, and what are the documentation requirements? So I'll ask you, Lutando, to please take, and then Mr. Victor can respond to the second one. Okay? Thank you.
So let me tackle that last one because it's top of mind. I think Jane tried to cover quite in detail the process of, if you want to export to China, what is the process like? She highlighted registration with China Customs. We have data and insights that we can share, and we'll task our Africa-China trade desk to assist the colleague over there who's asking the question to access the information. And that helps to understand then what is being imported, what is in demand in China, and then you can look at, obviously, what Nigeria produces. There is just one caveat I want to add to that very distinctly. There is, when it comes to export, especially agricultural products, when it's raw or unprocessed, that requires protocol, right? Protocol is a government-to-government thing. So if a protocol for particular commodity is not in place, it's not tradable between that country and China. I'll give you an example. Avocados, very popular in China right now, big opportunity, but there isn't a protocol in place for Nigeria at the moment. And I'm glad we have some government stakeholders, so perhaps that can be something. So as such, there are a lot of opportunity commodities, but the protocols governs that. And we can share with you the protocols that are there, and that would also help with the data insight.
Right.
And then once the product is processed, there's no requirement for protocol, but you just have to be registered with the customs and get the necessary certification.
Excellent.
And then the other question, quickly, the first one.
So the first question, okay, so I think also Mr. Victor could throw more light on that, the products that could be exported, agricultural products that are needed in China, so that just to guide exporters or would-be exporters here, and then we'll round off on that note. Mr. Victor, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much. Most of those products, they have to be those products that are on protocol list, as my friend already said. One of them will be, of course, from experience, dry split ginger that we have exported before. We have sesame seed. We have sorghum is on the list. We have, I've said dry split ginger,
Sorghum.
sesame seed, sorghum, cashew bean, cassava chip, animal skin. Okay, iron ore is in a part of solid minerals. So the product on protocol list, Chinese protocol list that we can export now from here are those ones I've mentioned. If you send out peanut, for instance, it's not on the protocol list, it will not be accepted. So concentrate on sesame, dry split ginger, cashew, dried cassava chips, sorghum is there, just as I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on our app, we'll try to ensure that we have the details of our panelists for those who would like to ask them questions. So for someone like Mr. Victor, how to access that service in terms of the shared warehouse in China. I think that's really important. For the NEPC, information online there. Of course, information from Stanbic IBTC and the Standard Bank Group, really important. Standard Bank, definitely important. And of course, if you need statistics, facts, information, Fola would be more than happy to help you with that. I'm sure you'd agree with me that we've had a truly insightful and enlightening conversation this afternoon. So please, can we really honor and celebrate our panelists for today? Thank you very much, Fola. Abimbola. Thank you, Lutando, Vuba. Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel Oyeyiko, Mr. Victor Ayemere, and of course, not forgetting Jane Hugh, who joined us from China live here at today's conference. Thank you very much, Jane. And thank you all so much for your questions. I felt a bit sorry for the panelists, but they were definitely up to the tasks. Please, a round of applause for yourselves for being such a fantastic audience and engaging with us this afternoon. We want to take your questions further, so please do not forget to speak to us at the Stanbic IBTC Africa-China desk. We want to listen to you, we want to respond, and of course, we want to work in synergy with you for growth. And on that very dramatic note, we'll stand up and go off the stage. But please would like to take a picture with the panelists, and then we will go straight to the masterclass. That's the final thing for today before we go. Thank you. First, yes, and then we would invite some other members to come on stage.
Conti.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, please, can we just celebrate and give them a round of applause as they take their seats? Let's sustain the applause for having done justice to the conversation this afternoon. We couldn't have thought of a better panel. We're really grateful to you and we look forward to more conversations. Please, let's take advantage of their presence here as we can ask further questions after the conference. Okay, so moving on very quickly to our final session, our final formal session for today's conference. Very important, we're going to be having a masterclass on trade. So we've been speaking on the opportunities and how we can work in synergy for growth from Stanbic IBTC's perspective, and of course, you as our clients and potential clients. And now, as a value add, we'd like to share with you practical ways on trade and how you can really leverage that to expanding what's currently on ground. And to lead us on this, to facilitate this masterclass, I'd like to invite to the podium Head Trade, Transactional Products and Services, Stanbic IBTC Bank, Seun Ogundolapo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's best to stand on existing protocol. I've been asked to present at a shorter time than as contrary to what was planned. So that I'm not going to take much of our time. I'm going to go straight to the point. And some of the issues that have been raised, including the RT200, I would take it up as well. Because I know it's very important to every one of us. And I know that we are very much interested in seeing how export business in Nigeria can be promoted. That's a view of my presentation slide, the content. And okay. All right. First of all, I would like to mention the opportunities that we have in Nigeria. Nigeria has, huge opportunities. We have the land, we have the resources, we have the crops, we have so many things that we can leverage on in the country and which we are all aware about. I know that back then, pre-independence and even some years after independence, we've seen situation in which Nigeria was predominantly export-oriented. We exported goods out of the country, a lot of agricultural goods. As a matter of fact, Nigeria was known for agriculture. Our land is rich. We did a lot of exporting. We did a lot of cocoa, cotton, groundnut, the palm oil, and all over the country, north, south, east, west. A lot of things were happening. And agriculture accounted for 24% of the country's GDP, which is very significant. Over the years, non-oil export has also picked up. I'm speaking to the fact that we've left completely because Nigeria was previously focused on non-oil export prior to the advent of the discovery of the oil in Nigeria. And as a matter of fact, you would know that before the advent of the oil, a lot of manufacturing concerns were in Nigeria. We were assembling cars, we were into textiles, manufacturing a lot of agri products, exporting it. And some of us, well, I wouldn't want to call age now, would remember the pyramids of nuts, grains that we had in the north and different parts of the countries then, ready for export. But it has changed. It changed when crude oil came into our life. Whether it's for our good or not, maybe I leave it for every one of us to judge. But then we know that we got a lot of oil from crude oil. We got a lot of revenue in the country from crude oil. But notwithstanding, what happened was that there was a shift from the normal agricultural development, agricultural products to oil, and then we abandoned that sector. Otherwise, the agri sector would have, done more than now. So historically, the economy of Nigeria was buoyant during the pre and post-independence years. And we had huge in revenue from the non-oil. But right now, as we speak, we can say that the non-oil has been, prior to the last 3-4 years, has been dwindling, but a lot of focus has been on it. Government is focusing on that, realizing the fact that if you want something more sustainable, we need to shift our gaze back to the oil sector. Sorry, the non-oil sector, which is the agricultural sector. And beyond the agricultural sector, we are also looking at the resources in the country, the mineral resources in the country. We have different mineral resources, and this is even more than agricultural products. It's scattered all over the country. We have the gold, silver, bitumen, titanium, iron ore, diamond, all scattered in different parts of the country. And every state, and that's very insightful, every state in this country has one mineral resource or the other. Every state. Government, in its efforts, has tried to promote investment in these mineral resources in the country. And whosoever is investing has been granted tax holidays just to support the exploration of these resources. However, we need to do more. And, apart from mining operation, we know that investors have the benefit of value adds So you are bringing in equipment for the mining, you are creating jobs. There are a lot of economic activities that comes into mining in the country. So I've talked about two things, agricultural sector and then the mining sector, which are very key in the country. They are very key to us as a country, and these are where there are potentials that we are yet to tap to the fullest. I reckon, like I mentioned earlier, when we were, before the advent of oil, we had focused on agriculture, but now more than ever before, we need to get our gaze back to it to see how we can move further. But just let me give you a short trend in recent times of trade in Nigeria before we go deep into one or two things that we need to highlight. Like I said, I'm mindful of time. So between the last 5 years, we've seen trade increase. I mean, over the last 5 years. 2020 was an aberration because of the COVID year. Everybody, I mean, the lockdown impacted trade. But notwithstanding, I mean, you can see that the numbers are not too bad, not as punitive as we thought it would have been. And then, of course, in 2021, it bounced back. So that shows that there is a lot of activity that the country still engages in when it comes to trade. And very instructive from what we are seeing, and I'll be coming to one or two of those slides, is our relationship with China and the impact of trade with China in our numbers, in our trade numbers in Nigeria. Now, looking at where our trade partners are in the country, we've divided it into 5. We have Asia, America, then other African countries, Oceania, and then Europe. Historically, Europe has been our highest trade partners in the country. We have a lot of countries in Europe that we trade with, both import and export. But over the years, we've seen Asian countries come up and they have become very, very bullish in trading with Nigeria. And now, as we speak today, Asia has taken over from Europe. 44% of our trade engagement happens with Asia. 44%. And about 40% of that is with China. So you can see the importance and the relevance of the Chinese community and the Chinese products with Nigeria. Now, if I may proceed further. Okay. Now, how do we harness these opportunities? Just to further highlight, in 2016, we see Europe accounting for 41% of the exchange in terms of trade with Nigeria. Just to further buttress and break it down from where we are today. So China didn't just start, or Asia didn't just start to get to the top. There was a trend, and it flowed from that and went until we are where we are today. So it's a build-up over time, and there have been that consistency in the trajectory moving up between trade between China and Nigeria. And very importantly, very instructive, we see out of all this, trade between Nigeria and China seems to account for 25% of whatever engagement we're having in the Nigerian books. So, and that's very important. So we don't, I mean, that's the essence of having an expo here today that speaks to the China-Nigeria relationship. Now, if I may look at some of the products or some of the crops and resources that we trade in with all our partners, right? And just to try and understand or give you a sense of the kind of opportunity that is still out there yet to be tapped. And if you look at all these products, all these crops, all the mineral resources, if you scan through, right? I hope we were able to see about just 2 of the products there or crops there Nigeria is accounting for above 20% on 2, and that's the oil seed and cocoa waste, including the shell and the husks. For other products, when we look at the global market, we are doing predominantly less than 1%. Why? Because we have not been able to tap deep into, mining or growing and trading in these products. So there are opportunities. There are vast opportunities. And I mean, especially from the export side. If you look at the global market, there are some things here you'll be wondering how come Nigeria is not topping the league. We have rubber plantation in Nigeria, and the opportunities to grow rubber. Our soil is very good for rubber plantation, but we are doing less than 1% in the global space of rubber. And that shows us that there are a lot of resources we need to put into agriculture or mining that should bring out the best from what we are seeing here. So there's a lot of potentials. There's a lot of things that we need to do to improve these numbers. And this is the entire country. Now, I would want to spend some time on this slide because I know it concerns a lot of people. I've heard from the beginning of this year, sometime in February, the CBN came out and there's an initiative or there's a reason why the CBN came up with this initiative within the next 3 to 5 years. Right? So the expectation is that export business in Nigeria is meant to be promoted. The proceeds will grow over time and then repatriated. And then we'll begin to see how the country can become net exporter instead of net importer. And the focus is on non-oil export. The focus is on how we were exporting a lot of things beyond agriculture, and we were seeing the effect on the exchange rate then. A lot of people tell the story of when Nigeria used to have the exchange rate of 1 naira to $1. But the situation is different now. But then, if we're able to promote export, right, we can gradually bring back those days where we have better foreign exchange story to tell. Now, the RT200, like I said, was launched in February this year, and it's part of the measures to reduce increased demand for foreign exchange. And the program or policy is hinged on 5 major pillars. The first is value-adding export facility. The second is non-oil export commodity expansion facility. The third is non-oil FX rebate scheme. The fourth is dedicated non-oil export terminal. And then, of course, there is the biannual non-oil export summit. Now, I would want to explain each of these pillars to us in a way that we would all understand. And I know a lot of us, and I believe there are exporters in this room already, have an understanding of what this policy is all about. But then we need to drive home the purpose and the intent of this policy. Now, the CBN's interest is to see how we can use export proceeds to finance our imports, not necessarily going into the reserves to finance our import. We want to see how we can become net exporters. The value-added export facility, right? I think I had a question on facilities that can be made available to exporters to promote or to boost their export business, or even to add value to the current item of exports that they are trading in. Now, this value-adding export facility is there to support exporters that do export maybe raw materials or raw products. For example, raw cocoa or raw cashew. Right? And the intent of the CBN is to say, if you are exporting raw agricultural products, you get less value than when you export it as a semi-processed good or semi-processed product or a finished product. So you have semi-finished or finished before you can be considered as having added value to whatever you're exporting. Now, look at it this way. I was reading something somewhere and it talked about cashew nuts. For every one, for example, $100 of cashew nuts that you export, raw cashew nut, right? You are losing 900% of the value you would have received as revenue if you had added value to it. That means that if you add value to that $1,000 of cashew nut that you are exporting, right? If you add value to it, convert it from the raw state to semi-processed or even finished. Let me use semi-processed because that's what it signifies there. It means that instead of getting a revenue of $1,000, you will get $9,000 for the same quantity. Now, if you further convert it, I mean, I was also reading and I was saying things like cashew jam, cashew, the different products you get from cashew, the very consumer end products. You add another 150% to that 9,000. So you end up having about $15,000 instead of $1,000. You can imagine the level of revenue that will be generated. I know adding value to processing the raw material itself, or the raw crop, is capital intensive. And that's why the CBN has put this first one, the value-adding export facility, in place so that exporters can access those facilities through their banks to be able to, build capacity, enhance their production lines to convert it to semi-finished or finished goods. And that's the idea, to add value, not just sell the crops raw. And Stanbic IBTC, we've been able to apply for some of these facilities. The export stimulation expansion facility, we've applied and we have had success stories. And it's working, it's there. The important thing there is, what strategy as a company are you employing, or what do you intend to do to convert what the raw crops or the raw material that you are working on or that you are producing into semi-finished or finished good? What idea do you have? You can bring it to us. We can advise as a bank. The next one is the non-oil export commodity expansion facility. This is just a step further from the value-adding facilities to say that you want to expand your factory line. You want to, beyond, adding value, beyond having a production process that adds value, you want to increase the capacity. So the expansion facility is there. It's like an expansion grant that the CBN, and all these facilities are at cheaper costs when applied to the CBN. Like I said, Stanbic has had success stories. We've applied some, facilities has been disbursed, and production have begun with the companies that have received such facilities. So we are encouraging exporters, take on that opportunity. If you have a plan, speak with your relationship manager. There's no way you would talk about it and it won't be brought up and we won't support. Because we are very, very much in sync and in line to work with exporters, especially to drive the RT200. Then, of course, the very important one to our gentleman over there, the non-oil FX rebate scheme, which you highlighted. Let me explain the scheme before I attend to your question. The scheme is part of promoting and encouraging exporters to export and receive export proceeds and use these proceeds in the country. You know, the more you export, the more proceeds you have, the more you are able to use it to support the imports or whatever you are importing into the country. Now, the CBN is saying for every dollar you repatriate into the country, right, for non-oil exports, I'm going to be paying you 65 naira for every dollar, right? That's you have the export proceeds, you sell it to your bank, right? And then, you know, you get, the bank, of course, applies it to third-party exporters, third-party importers that are seeking FX to pay for their import. Then the CBN will pay you 65 naira. Now, if you have an import business as well, and you want to apply it for your own, you know, the proceeds to pay for your own item of import, you can still benefit from the rebate scheme by selling it to the bank, and then the bank will sell it back to you. For that particular scenario, you'll be getting 35 naira for every dollar you sell to the bank. So that, you know, at both ends, whether you are selling to the bank is selling to the third party or selling back to you for your own use, you are still getting a rebate. And that policy has been put in place, like I mentioned, to encourage exporters to do more. Right? So, I mean, the question you asked, because the CBN rebate scheme, whereby they pay exporters or give them the rebate for the exports proceeds repatriated and sold to the bank, is done quarterly. So we've had the first quarter, we've had the second quarter. We are currently compiling lists for those who have exported and repatriated for the third quarter. Right? The first quarter funds have been paid. The second quarter has also been paid. As a matter of fact, this in Stanbic, we applied for about 550 million in terms of rebate for our customers. 412 was disbursed to us in Stanbic for our customers and has been credited to all the customers. And I believe that's the question you were asking in terms of, is this money really being paid? Yes, it's being paid. It's being paid. We have customers that have benefited, and we are currently compiling. And the issue there is this. CBN says, whatever you have sold within a quarter, you should apply for it in that quarter. So it's possible that if you don't apply in a particular quarter, you might miss out. I mentioned that we submitted 550 million naira requests. We got 412 because about 138 of it we are exporters that did not submit on time. So we encourage customers to please submit your rebate request on time, because if you miss any quarter, it might be difficult getting, you know, feedback or getting the rebate from the CBN. We've applied to CBN, tried to make or justify the reasons why the remaining 138 should be sent to us, but we are yet to get a feedback. But the ideal thing is that once you sell your export proceed, please apply immediately so that you qualify. Right? Then the other pillar is the dedicated non-oil export terminal. And the CBN is trying to address the infrastructure challenges that exist, you know, for exporters. In one of the conferences that the CBN organized earlier, because the last one, if you look at it, it says biannual export summit. There were a lot of talks, and that the last one happened about, I think, was it in May or June? June, yeah. And a lot of things around the infrastructural challenges were addressed. As a matter of fact, the CBN had to come up, they set up a committee within the different banks. Stanbic was one of the committee to look into the issues around the port logistics and the challenge. I mean, we are aware and we recognize the fact that there's a lot of logistic issues for exporters when they want to export out of the country. And then, talking about issues around how you move your goods from one location to another, earlier in the day, the representative from NEPC was talking about someone who was exporting, is it cocoa or shea butter or something like that melted before it could get to the port. And so those type of issues are what the logistics issues, the bad roads, the infrastructural challenges are what that CBN is trying to address here. And part of the things that came out of that committee was a summary recommendation that talks about dedicated seaports for export, building new export-focused ports and terminals, dedicating some existing ports and terminals. We were making suggestions around using the free trade zones for exports, converting a portion of there or allowing export to happen in those free trade zones, setting up export buying houses near the ports, and also establishing export storage facilities also close to the port. So those are some of the things that CBN is looking at, and that comes under the dedicated non-oil export terminal. And of course, the last one is the biannual summit, and I believe that is just to review how the progress of the RT200 over time. So very instructive. I must say that the key focus here is value addition. Value addition. In simple terms, value addition will allow a farmer to focus on customers while producing and thoroughly meeting their needs. When you add value, I mentioned earlier, you get more. And that's the idea. The backbone beyond the RT200 really is to have more flows into the country in terms of export proceed. And value addition plays a key role in it. I mentioned the issue around processing your cocoa or your cashew into something that would bring in more proceeds than exporting raw. I would like to read this for us. It said Nigeria, and by extension Africa, is losing substantially due to the failure of adding value to their produce. According to the NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, for Nigeria and other exporting countries of cocoa to take a big chunk of the 82 billion global cocoa chocolate industry. So you export cocoa, it's processed outside. That's the end product itself is $82 billion industry. So we should be able to participate or partake in it. Might not necessarily convert the cocoa into chocolate, but when you convert it to cocoa powder, that's a step, right? So we move on, and this time around, I'll be going to, I'll just want to talk on after. This is an initiative that has been spoken about before, has been spoken about before, and I think one of the key points here is a trade agreement that's supposed to eliminate some tariffs and norms by the member participating countries. There are currently 54 African countries. 38 of them have deposited their instruments, and there's a lot of things that are moving forward on it. But if I may quickly touch on a particular aspect of AFTA, which is PAPS. And the reason why I want to talk on PAPS is because it has to do with the tail end of any trade transaction. All right. So it has to do with the payments. For PAPS, it's simply paying in your local currency to your trade partner offshore, and the trade partner receiving the proceeds in their local currency. That's the point. That's the simple logic to it, if you want to explain it to a layman. And first of all, after bringing up PAPS, the idea is to localize it within West African region first before expanding it to Africa. But very instructive, right? Sometime earlier in the year, maybe in the early second quarter, we discovered that the Chinese community took interest in it. And they had a meeting with the body to say that they want to participate in PAPS, meaning that instead of you trading with Ghana or other West African countries alone, they want that trade to happen between ourselves and China. And you can imagine how you would cut out the issue around FX, sourcing for FX. When you export or import from China, you make your payment in Naira and you get the exporter over there gets the payment in CNY without going to source FX from the bank. And that's as a matter of fact, we're looking forward to that discussion between China really materializing, and because it's going to be a very great leap for Nigeria, for Africa as a whole. Because of my time, I would want to move forward. Sorry, okay. This talks about the process of PAPS. This is the long version of what we know today when we transfer funds from Nigeria to the beneficiary country, say China, for example. It goes through this long process. But when it comes to PAPS, the process is shortened. Sorry, please, it's not changing. Okay. So when it comes to PAPS, what you are doing is you are paying in your local currency, and it goes to the receiving country, and the beneficiary gets in their local currency. Of course, there is PAPS and NIPS in between facilitating that exchange. And the way I explain PAPS, the platform, to someone is this. Every one of us have our internet banking, right? You sign on, you process instant payment, exactly the same thing. This is an instant payment platform, and payment is done immediately. So and this is supposed to be the background to which is supposed to facilitate the trade, or whatever trade we are doing with the countries, with China, with whatever country that we are exporting or importing from. Hello? Maybe you just, move to the next slide, please. It's not working. All right, so we've spoken about the challenges, and I think we've dealt on some of the challenges we have seen in doing business. I mean, in the country, we have a lot of policy issues, security issues, infrastructure, financing. But then, in the midst of this, when we look at the opportunities and all the other structures that the bank has, as well as the backing of the CBN to tackle infrastructure, financing, payment solutions, and the logistics challenges, we'll be able to move further and, help to facilitate the export trade in the country. Next slide, please. Go ahead, please. All right, so just want to touch on the way forward as I round up. Right, first of all, we look at port logistics, and I've mentioned that. which the government is looking at. We look at the operating environment. There were questions around the export expansion grant, which I'm sure the NEPC is also looking into. A lot of concerns are there. Our customers, our exporters, able to get these grants? Are they able to harness the opportunities there? And quite frankly, even like I said, we've been facilitating a lot of stimulation grants and incentives from the CBN to get cheaper source of funds for our clients and customers. The third one talks about innovation and digitization. A lot of things have been put in place, right, to ensure that we digitize the process, which will help the export, both import and export business into the country. The banks today are deploying a lot of resources. I mean, some of the things, things like the optical character recognition in examining documents, whereby, it facilitates the review of documentation and, payments are made smoothly, are some of the things that we have put in place. And then, of course, going into the e-documents and I must say, the government or the CBN is really, really interested. I mean, Stanbic was invited to make a paper presentation on digitization, and these are some of the recommendations that was made during the seminar on how we can digitize or looking at digitization after or post-COVID. So this is very instructive. Can we please change? Okay. Then the next way forward is we have financial institutions other than looking at the CBN. There are some that have engaged some other financial institutions, global financial institutions that are providing cheap funding also through the banks to support export business. So that's why very important and very instructive. We need to partner with our customers. We need to partner with them to look at and share your vision and look at how we can support you at whatever stage in that business, whatever stage in your plan, to help you bring the idea you have to limelight. All right. So, and then looking at standardization, apart from the work CBN is doing, but looking at standardization, a lot of complaints about how goods are being accepted generally as, in the global world. When you export, there have been complaints around when you export and you don't see export proceeds coming in because the goods are being rejected. Why? Because they said that it doesn't meet the standard. But then when our organizations in country, our standard organization is able to work with the exporting or importing country, we're able to create a standard that is acceptable so that in country we are able to review as a country before the goods goes out. And I know a lot of things, a lot of work are being done by the bank, especially in our China relation, to see that whatever we are partnering or whoever we are partnering in country and in China, the goods are acceptable. I mean, Ade mentioned earlier that there was a particular item of import that got stuck and it was resolved amicably. So those are the kind of support we provide to customers on this, and standardization is a very important point. So at this point, I would like to just conclude there to say that we need to improve on our drive for export as a country, and value addition is key because that is where we'll get the best of benefits from whatever export business we're doing as a country. And the bank, Stanbic IBTC, is there to facilitate such. We are there to provide the level of support that is required. We are there to provide a level of attention to details, to funding our exporters, providing the advisory services. And we have different experienced resources within the bank that will be able to help to, provide that kind of support that is required. We have the agric desk, we have the export desk, and, we are able to, link you with, that has been mentioned earlier, link you with exporters that would be best suit for you in terms of your partnership to facilitate your trade outside Nigeria. So thank you. I know my time has been fast spent. Thanks for the audience giving.
Thank you for doing that detailed, in-depth presentation and masterclass in such a short time. I know you'd planned for us for longer, but you were able to still pass on the message with great insight in your presentation. Please, can we really honor and celebrate Mr. Sheon Ogundolapo, Head Trade, Transactional Products and Services, Stanbic IBTC Bank. So we know that we have some questions in the room, so we'll just take 3 questions in total. Perhaps just to give an advantage to those who are online, as they were not able to ask their questions fully in the last session. We'll have 1 question if we have any here, and then we have 2 from our online participants. Some questions have come on already. Sean, if you don't mind taking a few questions from our online participants. I also know supporting Sean as well. If you have questions, we have Ade is back as well. Ade Otukomoya, Head Africa-China Banking, Stanbic IBTC Bank, is also going to be able to respond to questions. Yes, please, I could. And then we have Jesu Sean Fatoimbo, Head Transactional Products and Services, Stanbic IBTC Bank. So we have 2 Sheons on stage and 1 Ade. Please, let's give them a round of applause. We're really quick, but we thought it was important that if we had such a fantastic presentation, very informative and enlightening, it would be an injustice to not allow people ask questions. So we have just a few minutes. We'll round off about 2 p.m., 10, 15 minutes for questions, 2 p.m. 2:05. We have lunch. I know that we've worked up a solid appetite following this morning and afternoon session. And so we provided a very rich and delicious lunch for you. So immediately afterwards, we'll be heading on to the lunch area. We have a question there from that table. Can I please hand you, have your microphones? I'll bring the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Asada. I'm a lawyer, and my question for the panel is, I have a client in Warri that operates a farm. The farm has been in existence for about 3 years now, and it started on a small scale and slowly been building up. And they indulge more in imperishable items like green peppers, chili peppers, cucumbers, and the rest. And they operate within that area in Warri. But we've been discussing on how they can diversify and you possibly export. So my question is, what advice would you have for someone like my clients about what's the starting points and how they can, access funding and just, increase their capacity? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll ask all the 3 questions and then each of you can take one of them. So we have from our online platform, and just really celebrating our online participants. You have been really wonderful. Thanks for engaging with us and sharing your thoughts and questions throughout the duration of today's conference. All right, this is from Tajuddin Egbeda, Lagos. He says, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be a part of this laudable and interesting event like this. Please, I would like to know if charcoal and cow skin is part of what can be exported to China. Secondly, would like to know how Stanbic can be of help or assistance to her customers in terms of payment to a company outside Nigeria for payment of goods, aside from letter of credit. So I think we touched on that briefly earlier on, but we can expound on that. And then the final question is from Gabi. Gabi is from Gab Safri Foods saying, please clarify what the Export Council and federal government is putting in place to avoid product takeover within the agro-processing sector. Example is Gari processing that also has a China label. What will be the trade boundaries from Nigeria? Thank you.
If I may take the first question. During the presentation, I mentioned something about value addition, right? So he produces pepper and the likes. You probably want to ask your customer, would there be interest in packing those vegetables in cans and exporting them, right? Because you see, quite frankly, if you export the raw pepper and tomato, you would not really get much in terms of the proceeds. So someone, and you know, the challenge here is a lot of people, when they hear that they want to do export and earn, foreign currency, if you don't educate them very well, they'll be looking at the sound of foreign currency, but not knowing the implication, right? So if there is the interest to go large scale and package it to semi-finished or finished product, but in this instance, if you are packaging in a can, it's similar to like a finished product, then there can be that opportunity to apply for a grant. A grant, that will be applied for, or a stimulation funds that will be applied for cheaper, right? And this is even agriculture anyway, cheaper. And then that will help to purchase the machineries or whatever capital intensive equipment that will be used to convert that product into something that can be exported to get the maximum value from it. Yeah, so the bank can partner with we can put the customer or the farmer through the process. We have the agri desk, we have so many experienced people around, and we can also link you or link the customer to possible importers, whether it be it in the West African region or even in China, if there are markets there for it. We have that link. There have been a lot of discussion around links all over, and we can link you. As a matter of fact, another advantage coming to Stanbic is that we are a member of the Standard Bank Group. So we have other Stanbic IBTC Group affiliates in different African countries. If you want to reach those African countries, we are having discussion on how to open the door. For example, the door of Ghana to exporters or importers in Ghana. You as an exporter want to export to Ghana, you have the product, but you don't have the connection. We can link you. You want to export to Uganda, you want to export to... So we can partner with your customer to open the door to other African countries where they have that reach. And if he has interested buyers, right, we can also do the same. We'll link up with our Standard Bank in whatever region and then connect them, and it will be better. You are moving within the Standard Bank Group and you benefit from that economies of scale. But the most important thing is value has to be added to that product before it goes out.
Thank you. All right, so you want to have the second question?
Yes.
Okay. So
okay. Before I go to the second question, I'd like to say that your friend who packages pepper and condiments wants to go to China. The truth is that when Jane was making her presentation, she did mention that if you want to export, this is the time to China, because there is a province that has been dedicated for agri-produce to be imported to China. There are programs in place that speaks to Chinese looking to have Nigerian staples in their shelf, in their supermarkets across a certain province in China. So what we can do is to sit with you, find a way to connect you, and look at the quality, the packaging, the acceptability of the product that you have. They want to eat and drink our product in China, and there is market for them. Good enough, your client or your friend is already producing and packaging. And in relation to what Sheung said, it's better for you to package before you export. So come and sit with us. we'll speak to you, we'll connect you, and that's why we have this expo. On the second question around the guy that spoke about charcoal and skin.
Skin.
Yes. The truth is that it's an acceptable set of products in China. And you just need to find out what kind of skin are we talking about and what kind of processing that is required. And for your charcoal, there is a massive, massive market opportunity for you to sell. All you need is to come to us and we'll connect you appropriately. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. There was another question I joined to that one with regards to payments. So in terms of payments to a company outside Nigeria for payment of goods, so Jesse Sheon will take that one. Outside from the letter of credit, what other options do Stanbic IBTC have for its customers?
Yeah, thanks. I suppose a good place to start is to look at the more of the broad regulatory or exchange control environment. So the CBN kind of provides the guidelines, or I'll say the framework against which you can access currency and repatriate funds to counterparts offshore. So currently today within the import component or the import corridor, it's really letters of credit, it's bills for collections. And where you're sourcing your own dollars yourself, there is an opportunity to also repatriate. That's called non-valid for foreign exchange. But I suppose the question is really linked to people who are looking to source official FX. So it's be down to letters of credit and bills for collection. But I think what's important is the role we play in that process. Again, and without belaboring the point, you're dealing with the largest banking franchise on the continent being Standard Bank. You're dealing with the only triple A rated financial institution in Nigeria being Stanbic IBTC, and the largest bank in the world, ICBC. You can't get it wrong. The insight or the IP we bring from a payment standpoint doesn't just look at the constraints from a liquidity standpoint, because we all know today that FX or availability of FX is a bit of a constraint. But we're able to introduce mitigation where we are able to either provide liquidity in the short-term basis, where you can settle your counterpart offshore and you protect your reputation, you keep your lights on, you keep your supply chain going, pending where you're able to source the FX from the CBN. So beyond availability of FX in the immediate, we're able to bridge whatever gap or whatever window of time you require to source the currency. Beyond that is what I call the risk mitigation, because again, you don't just want to go into a transaction with a counterparty you don't know. I think the earlier panel kind of highlighted the key importance of the role we play in terms of linking you as an exporter to trusted counterparts in China. But more importantly, you're using instruments. So, and I highlight an LC as a critical instrument because it's pretty much your identity or your signature as a bank, your what out there in the marketplace. As the only AAA rated bank in the country, our letters of credit today are accepted worldwide. Beyond that, where we require confirmation or an additional guarantee, we have the Standard Bank Group that's able to provide that. We do have also strong linkage and connections to correspondent banks across the world, primarily ICBC, but across Europe in major trade centers. And that's one that I think that we offer our clients, and we bring that total package, I would say, to the relationship. I guess the last point I'll make is if you want to look for a concise response to your customer around what feedback to give them or give the person, just tell them to partner with Stanbic IBTC and they won't get it wrong.
Thank you very much. I think that last statement is one that we all must go home with, which is just tell them to partner with Stanbic IBTC. The questions you have, the challenges that we have discussed this afternoon, obviously with such a strong network and partnership with other organizations around the world, they've been able to prove that they are the institution to partner with when it comes to exports from Nigeria and Africa to China and the rest of the world. Okay, the final question, I don't know if you would want to speak to that as well. It talks about the Export Council and federal government putting in place to avoid product takeover with the agro-processing sector. So Gabi gave the example of Gary processing having a made in China stamp on it. And how are we going to check that? Is there a way to check it? And what are the What is Stanbic IBTC's position on this?
So my immediate reflections on this would be to look at what the government is doing on one side and what we're doing as a banking franchise on the other side to enable our clients to be a lot more competitive. And I really think that's what it comes down to, how you're able to, compete out there. And I think Sean spent a bit of time looking at the raise to 200 billion in FX repatriation and the key levers, or what I call the key pillars that the CBN has introduced. So the value adding facility is one that allows you to access facilities at concessionary prices or rates, and on a long-term basis to fund expansion. So again, if you're into value adding, a good example, rather than be the exporter of, primary products or unprocessed products. And I think Sean throws out a very instructive number. The global chocolate industry is somewhere around $120, $130 billion. The cocoa industry is less than $10 billion. So you can imagine, and if my numbers are correct, 75% of cocoa is grown in West Africa. So rather than export cocoa bean, you look to export cocoa powder, cocoa butter, cocoa paste, and what have you. So I think first is, what are we doing to enhance, enable, or partner with our clients to be a lot more competitive? I think the federal government is doing, or the CBN specifically is doing a lot in terms of the facilities around value-adding facilities. So it's really saying that if you want to add value to your primary products, to expand a plant, to expand your factory, we're going to give you concessionary pricing on loans. The second is then producers of primary products. As we expand the facilities, the raw material input should also be available. So how do we support to continue to increase the throughput that goes through those facilities? And beyond that is the rebate scheme, which kind of cushions the impact of the currency devaluation, or at least the delta between the official market and the unofficial market, as it were. So I think those, as initiatives of the CBN and the federal government, kind of enable clients to be a lot more or exporters to be a lot more competitive. On our side, I think it's the advisory that we bring to the conversation, and I wish we could spend the whole day, putting that out here. But if you do schedule, whether you're online or here physically, for those online, if you do reach out, and I think Ade has done a good job highlighting the key contacts, the team, the Africa-China team, the email address and contacts, reach out to us, and we'll be able to have what I call a bespoke conversation and see how we respond specifically to the sector, the product, the corridor you're trading with. And our insights in that regard will give you, I think, the lever to be a lot more competitive. What happens outside from a, should I say, China or outside of Nigeria standpoint, I think there's little or limited influence that you can drive. But if we're competitive in terms of quality, in terms of price, then I think our products then can go into the market and compete favorably, and that's the edge we'll have.
Excellent, thank you. Ade, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. I mean, the question spoke to having to see Gary's packaged in China, right? So trust me, if you look at the back of your iPhone as you're seated there, the company is an American company and the iPhone is manufactured in China, right? So make no mistake, globalization is here. The competition boundaries is no longer there, is non-existent. And for some of us who work with data on a daily basis, we do know the number of Chinese enterprises that are registered and operating in Nigeria today. And they're operating in all the segments and competing with you seriously, right? I've had the benefit to travel across the country. I've been to virtually all the trade zones, the free trade zones in Nigeria. 90% of the participants in those free trade zones, they are Chinese. And the reasons for creating those free trade zones by our government is to promote production and packaging for the purpose of exportation. And so if we don't play there, you see the Chinese having the biggest cultivation of cassava in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, we see those requests coming our ways. And our forefathers that used to cultivate cassavas are no longer here. We are looking at doing another thing. But the Chinese has come to your place, your space, to cultivate, to package, to sell to you, even before the export. So you will continue to see a lot of brands in Chinese that are Nigerian-made products. And that is why we say globalization must be our friend, and we must live in it. And take the advantage when the Chinese also says, Nigeria packaged and made goods, we welcome you to bring them to our shops, to be on our store, to be on our shelf. Take the advantage, package and sell to China. And that is kind of synergy we are looking to build.
Phenomenal. Thank you so much. What a way to round up this particular segment and the Q&A. Someone asked the question, actually, Dr. Yashim Nuhu Andrew, saying, how do I get the hard copy or electronic copy of this lecture presentation? Well, we have good news, not just only for Dr. Nuhu Andrew, but for every participant here and online. If you download the Stanbic IBTC event app, from which you're probably watching us from, and for those who are here, you can head on there. There's a lot of value on there, part of which is that you can access the documents that have been presented today. So if you'd like a copy of Sean's presentation, it's going to be uploaded on the app, so you have access to it without us having to get your email addresses. Again, I'd mentioned earlier on that it's a great platform for networking. So you literally can find out the participants on there, swipe to have a conversation with them, and there you have your virtual matchmaking started. And before Stanbic IBTC comes to cement the relationship and be your ideal trade partners. Thank you very much to Sean Ogundolakbo. Really, really grateful. Thank you for that excellent presentation and joining him to take questions. Thank you, Ade Otukomaya. You've been very prominent in today's conversation. And thank you to Jesu Sean Fatoyimbo. Really grateful for your response to the questions. We'll have a quick photo up. Yes, please. Let's give them a round of applause. Two more things and we're out of here. Very simple. One, a photo opportunity with our speakers, our responders, and then the closing remarks, and then we're on our way to some nice Stanbic IBTC kind of lunch. Please don't be in a hurry to leave. It's going to be fantastic. For those who are online, it's quite unfortunate that you're not able to participate in this particular aspect of the program. But let's have lunch, in the virtual booths and exhibitor stands. You just might find something that's worth more than food. So whilst we wrap up, please be our guests afterwards. Go through the exhibition and speak to the exhibitors today and tomorrow. And as has been mentioned, the app is going to be live till the end of this year. So please ensure you participate and leverage the excellent resource that's on there. Again, the app to download is Stanbic IBTC event, and that's where we have our virtual exhibition for the 2022 Stanbic IBTC Africa-China Expo. So just pictures, and then we have the closing remarks, and then we go out for lunch. Thank you. Okay, you've been such a fantastic audience. Thanks to everyone who's been with us from the very beginning, engaging and just having a truly impactful and enlightening morning and afternoon. To give us a formal closing remark, it's my pleasure and honor to invite to the podium the Executive Director, Client Solution at Stanbic IBTC Bank, Bumi Dayo Olagunju. A round of applause, please, as she comes to the podium.
Thank you, Ayo. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You spent quality time with us today, and we are extremely grateful. I'm in no doubt that you have made an investment today that you'll continue to reap returns from, be it from the information you've received, access to various support personnel, and even information on the market, and where to go, how to go, when to go, who to go with, which is Stanbic IBTC, by the way. Thank you so very much. We are extremely, extremely grateful that you made the time to join us today's exhibition. It is not the end of a good thing, though we have come to the end of today's program. I do believe it is the beginning of a very fruitful journey ahead, working with you and with your customers as well, be it from an import and export perspective. You've heard a number of solutions and products that we have. We tailor make our solutions and products to suit your circumstances, your business, your dynamics, your market, your products. We are that detailed, and it's not too much trouble for us. We believe and we know that we are more than a bank, and we want to be more than a bank with you. As you grow your business, we want to be, and we want to remain, for those of you who are already with us, your choice banking partner, your choice partner beyond banking, across Africa and beyond Africa as well. I really would like to specifically mention some names as I give my thanks in recognition of how they have really joined hands with us to make today possible. Special thanks to the Nigeria Export Promotion Council that was represented here today by Mr. Samuel Oyeyekpo, who is the Deputy Director and Regional Director for Southwest. We thank you. Also represented today was the Chinese Consulate General, represented by Mr. Li Ke and Mr. Go Penwang. Thank you very much. And thanks as well to our experts in the house, some of whom came all the way from South Africa to join us. Our colleagues from Standard Bank Group, Philip Myborg, Lutando Vuba, Kisavan Nadas, and of course, Jane Hu, who joined us online. I think it was Mr. Ayemere that gave two proverbs, during the panel session. And those proverbs really caught my attention because one of them is a special proverb of mine too. And he talked about, let me expand this proverb a little bit. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. So go together with Stanbic IBTC. If you want to go far with your business beyond Africa as well. The second proverb he touched on was what I call the power of multiplication, And with Stanbic IBTC, working with us and the synergies that we've talked about today, you are taking your business to the power of 1,000 plus. So we are here to support you across the continent and beyond the continent as you grow. We're very grateful to all our participants online, here in person, our exhibitors, our highly esteemed panelists, our colleagues in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria, everyone who's joined hands with us here today, and Ayu as well, making today really possible. And remember to visit the Stanbic IBTC Events app. Remain connected with all the information materials that we've interacted and talked about here today. And we will keep adding to that app to keep you informed and ahead of the market. Thank you very much, and please join us for lunch.
Thank you very much for the closing remarks and having done such an excellent job recapping today's event. I think it's a fine time to say that after over 6,000 participants, 14 Chinese and 14 Nigerian exhibitors, 13 speakers, 11 sessions, one event app. The first day of the 2022 Stanbic IBTC Africa-China Expo conference is officially closed. However, we're still definitely online. With a round of applause and a celebration, we're really grateful. Partner with us. Follow us on social media at Stanbic IBTC. If you want to speak to someone during lunch, we have a number of members of the Africa-China Trade Desk around the room. We're happy to begin synergizing with you for growth. So let us do that. Let us work and expand to China and the rest of the world, partnering with Stanbic IBTC. My name is Ayom Myro Esse, and it's been an honor to have served as your host for today's Expo, Day 1. Please ensure you go on our virtual tour, the virtual exhibition on our app. It's live today, tomorrow, and until the end of the year. Please engage with us, speak to one of us, and we'll be more than happy to partner with you. Thank you, and have a good afternoon. May I please ask our customers, our esteemed customers and guests, participants to kindly make their way to the lunch area. If you need help with accessing that, please speak to one of the ushers. It's right through the doors, and then you'll find your way to lunch. It's buffet style, so please help yourself and eat as much as you can. And to all our online audience, we say thank you for participating with us on day 1 of the Expo. Thank you.
My name is Ujoma Emmanuel Kulechi. I'm a representative of Zina Group Limited. My name is Mohamed, and I'm a representative of Wales Industries Limited.
Good day, viewers. My name is Laura Mukoji. I'm a representative from the African Integrated Industry.
Oh, hi. My name is Patrick Rodriguez, the representative of Polygon Investment and Permanent.
Good everyone. I am Sia Hamdi, a representative of Java and Iran Limited.
but I'm a representative of because they needed. Look at here. Welcome to go up in the spirit. Okay, okay, about it.
This is our A-type battery KG frame relay. This is made of positive galvanized material.
Once upon a time, an idea was born. It grew into one institution with a master plan.